No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Engorged penis.
Well, hello. It's Friday, and we are here, and we are ready to just shoot the breeze and hang out and talk about, proposed taxes and all sorts of, unfun stuff. And, since I can't drink because I'm afraid that I might fall between here and there, and I'm still rehabilitating, y'all have to drink for me. I'll try to act as silly as possible to make you to sort of recreate that I'm drunk, but it's all a ruse tonight and for the next couple weeks, because eventually I'm going to start drinking again, and then but right now, no. So how the hell are everyone? I see there's people here. Kevin, what? Are you here?
What?
Are you here? There's Kevin.
I, for one, am going to vote to see if you fall or not. So that's up to you.
I should put. I have a couple like wireless cameras that are not wireless. Yeah, wireless cameras. Yeah. For the indoors that were sent to me by Amazon because they want to spy on me. I don't know why, but I have free Amazon cameras. The indoor ones, not the outdoor ones. They won't give you those for free. But yeah, they sent me a few free ones that are still sitting in a box because I'm paranoid. But yeah, they already have a microphone on me because the phone is with me every moment of every day, pretty much. Even when I'm asleep, it's right beside me. So anywho, hey, Troop and Shannon and Homicidal Maniac and Rob Randisk and Kevin Crowley, and there's a couple other people. Hey, Matt Wardle Kern and Thomas Kersop and Shannon Brown and Victor Altec and Goober. Yes, I have renamed Kevin. Yeah. He had a silly name already, and he forgot to charge his wireless headphones, so I decided to name him Goober for the night. That's okay. So everybody can. I'm sure you've been called Goober before, so I called you Goob. Oh, yeah. Goob is less formal than Goober, but we do what we can. We do what we can. So what's been going on with you? What have you been doing? I was just checking
to see if people had their morals on Twitter earlier, and they did. It's good.
I actually tweeted like twice this week.
I know.
And that was pretty much it. I'm still absent from Twitter because it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I'm sort of taking a break until it looks like it's actually doing something. We have a tax bill here in Texas, so I actually took a moment to to tweet at my representative because I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
And I did the CASA call to action for Texas. And I actually know my representative. He's a health nut. He runs with my wife. He runs in like marathons with my wife. Not like they're not running together, but like he runs in all the local running events, as does my wife. I've met him. So anywho, hey, Paul is in the YouTube today.
No.
Oh, I know that he got I know that he got like a strike or a ban or something on one of his social medias. He sent me a picture of his ban. Like, we talked about this last week. I can't get banned.
I know.
I've done some pretty awful shit and I just have not been able to be banned. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm not pissing off the right people. But yeah, so that's weird. Yeah. He got something.
I don't think you're trying hard enough.
Well, it could be. I mean, I have been taking a break anyway from social media. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'm kind of slacking right now.
I'm at about a step and a half back. Not completely. I got shit I gotta see.
Oh, I still scroll through like a few people's feeds, but unless it's one of those life or death situations where I like you have to tweet here, yeah. I'm just and I've been sort of not really paying attention to Facebook for a while. I mean, if you look at my Facebook, it's all about food. Yep. On my personal Facebook thing.
Food, anything but.
I don't put any vape stuff on there. It's always been, if I'm going to tweet vape related or I'm going to Facebook post vape related stuff, I'm going to go to the group that I have 17,000 members of, or, our actual Smoke Free Radio page that people actually will see. So yeah, but other than that, I mean, I've been sort of chilling. I've been on the bike, doing the bike rehab for the knee. I saw you. And I'm walking now without the cane.
I saw some kind of Tesla bullshit going on your knee the other day. The electrical.
Oh, I was doing some E-stim on my knee. Yeah, I have a neuromuscular electrostimulator. So, TENS unit is one that you can buy at the pharmacy that you put on, and it sort of tingles your leg. The one I have actually has enough power to actually cause your muscle to fire.
Okay.
So, you put it on and it actually pulses it. It sends enough electricity through your muscle to cause it to fasciculate is what it's called. So it actually pulses on a timer for like half an hour. And I do like 3 different muscle groups on my leg. And then I get on the bike every morning.
Don't say that word in front of Glance.
Until I go to work, and then I won't be able to do it anymore because it takes an hour to do the 3 muscle groups. Ooh. So it's a good thing for your coffee in the morning. Sit there, drink your coffee, and electrocute your leg.
Ed told me he's going to give me some real ground coffee with our super chats.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I saw that we got an imaginary super chat already for $20 Australian. So that's like what? It's an imaginary one. Homicidal Maniac sent me a mandatory super chat for $20 Australian, which is it's almost like Monopoly money. I mean, I think that might be $7.50 US or something like that.
It's like big vapor money or big vaping. I forget.
Yeah. So Tom wants to know if I can spell the F word.
The F word.
FWORD.
You forgot the THE. What was it you said it did? Testicular? What? Don't say that in front of Glance too fast.
Fasciculate.
That's what I thought. Is that like vasoconstriction?
No, that's different.
It's the same one.
Vasoconstriction is actually a circulatory issue. It's a blood flow and stuff. So yeah, that's different. as
I heard
different.
something about hard-ons this week again.
Do you have one? Do you have one right now? Did you take the little blue pill?
Well, allegedly, since I vape, I don't have any. But I'm very concerned that they're concerned about my erections. That's all.
Well, I mean, at your age, it's like shooting pool with a piece of rope anyway. So,
well, it might be. Well, never mind. It's a family show.
No, it didn't. I got the mature. I have the mature block or the mature
you got the
box
M?
checked. We are rated M for mature. That's why we come on at 9:00 at night. We have to be
no trolls or
we have to be at a certain time. It looks like Shannon got a Ninja Smart XL grill.
What is that?
That's like a countertop grill like the one I have, except I didn't get the Ninja one. Ninja's pricey. I got the other brand that Sam's has.
Oh.
I think I'm going to go to Sam's this weekend just so that I can walk around. That's a good place to exercise your legs and spend money. And I can push the cart. That I'll be like the old folks. When we have in our facilities, when we have shopping trips, the oldies go and they don't take their walkers because they push the cart as their walker.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that doesn't work out very well.
Vaguely familiar, yeah.
Yes. So, what the hell's been going? Everybody wants to know. Well, I don't know. Tom Morowitz is using curse words. Fuck, fuckity, fuck. Guess who sent that messenger? I didn't get it. I bought a separate air fryer. I have a separate air fryer. I have a countertop grill and an air fryer. It's an instant pot air fryer oven. And it does really decent stuff. I made jerky with it last week. And the jerky tasted good, but it was too thick. I have to tell the meat guy to slice it thinner. The meat guy has to slice it thinner.
Guy. I don't have a meat.
I have a meat guy.
I don't.
That sounds kind of hinky.
I'm just saying, I don't have one.
Hey, Kev.
What?
Other than this vaping thing that I do and the fixing my knee thing that I've been doing, I've been reading some books, right?
Okay, good.
And this is not vaping related, but this is just a I don't get it sort of thing. Yeah. But and I am totally cool with people identifying with whatever the hell they want to identify with or as whatever they want to identify themselves as. But the author of this book went really, really out of their way to stress pronouns, he, she, and then several other ones.
Oh.
And for me, it was very difficult because I don't know what Zay is. Zhey. They had multiple different ones, and they went out of their way. I mean, and this is like a fiction. This is like a fantasy novel that's not even, about today or about our society. And like it's creeping into everything. And it would have been fine if it was natural for the story to spend time on that. But this had nothing to do with, it was just like, hey, we want to make sure that we don't exclude anybody. So let's have a different person in this scene that is a guy, but isn't a guy. And let's make sure that we include everybody of every persuasion. So let's just make up characters that have no importance to the story at all, just so that we can show how hip and with it we are. If it's important for the story, I get it. Do it. Sure, if there's a reason for doing it, do it. But it just felt like and the book was relatively cool, except for that. that was like, and I'm just like, this just takes me out of the story, because this character that you just included for like 5 pages of a 500-page novel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I don't get it. People are getting weirder and weirder, man. And stuff. There's a new HBO Max documentary about the pharmaceutical industry and corruption, and I had it right on the top of my head, and I've already forgotten it. People need to watch it.
Okay.
Give me a second.
I don't have HBO.
Yeah, it's called Crime of the Century. Crime of the Century. Y'all, those of you that have HBO or HBO Max should be looking up Crime of the Century is what it's called. And it's not about us, but it's about corruption and the opioid crisis, and it does have parallels to our world, just like the one with the old man pharmacist in Louisiana, trying to find out, that really didn't have anything to do with us, but it did.
Yeah, lots of parallels. Yeah, that was a Supertramp album.
I don't know why Shannon's talking about Supertramps. That's not right.
I don't know.
Stop it, Kevin.
I don't know.
We're gonna get reported.
For what? Supertramps?
Is it? So if there's a tramp stamp, is there such thing as a super tramp stamp?
See, now you were going somewhere I wasn't. I was thinking more like Ruth Malone was a tramp.
No.
I was thinking it. That's not slander. I was just thinking it.
Yeah.
Out
No.
loud.
Okay. So Texas. I'm in Texas.
What are they doing?
Well, they're trying to push a 5 cent per milliliter vape tax.
Is that all?
And they're saying this is to protect the kids because, kids don't have money.
No.
But kids have the most disposable income than anybody. Have you seen what an Xbox game costs?
Isn't it like $300?
No, that's the game. That's the console. But the actual game itself costs like $50.
Oh yeah, they're all online now, and you can't get them unless you're online, and you got to have.
I mean, these kids got money coming out of their ears, or they got mom and dad's credit card, so it doesn't matter. Specifically, the reason this bill isn't going to do what they say it's going to do is because now, and I'm not one of those people that believe that kids are only using big tobacco products or disposable products, because I've seen plenty of kids walking around with box mods and shit. But for the purposes of this, yes, kids are using Salt Nick products and using disposable stick battery type devices, and Altria. This is the model legislation by Altria. This taxes them like 5 cents because they only hold a mill.
What I think is,
but a 30 mil bottle of e-liquid at 5 cents per mil, that's $3.50 of taxes just on, a bottle this size.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dropping shit on my desk already.
I think they think the children are vaping so much that they want to tax them early. Even though they're not legally allowed to buy it.
I mean, and this is the topic that I actually stepped onto Twitter for. I tweeted 2 tweets about this particular bill, and the language changed. It was 7 cents and now it's 5 cents. But that doesn't help. That doesn't help. That doesn't, get you to the end result that you want.
No. And
not at all.
Homicidal Maniac just said, didn't T21 stop all this? Why would you?
Well, I mean, T21 didn't do shit.
18, 19, and 20-year-olds And then still tax stuff.
Yeah, because it is what it is. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll throw it up on screen since you said show it, so I'll show it. So there were two. So this is Todd Hunter. This is my guy, Todd Hunter. He's my rep. So HB 211 is a kiss for big tobacco. See, I even used an emoji. It targets small business and rewards people that targets kids. Vote no on HB 211. And then I sent another one because I also included Char's tweet here.
Yep.
So from the time I wrote my first tweet till that tweet, it dropped 2 cents because it was 7 cents when I started. So here's it. Kids that use vape products use small disposable products that hold low volume, high strength e-liquid. No, it's $3. What are you talking about? Anyway, HB 211 adds sense to those, but taxes lower strength products favored by adults. Who is this protecting? Kids or Altria? Vote no on HB 211. But see, the thing is when I do stuff like this, see this? It got 5 retweets and 11 likes.
6.
Look at that. See that? Oh, did you just retweet it just now?
I think so.
Let's see.
Which one is it?
Yeah, you did. And then obviously I lied. There was a third tweet. I would love to have Ethan Nadelman on the Son of Liberty radio show.
Yep.
Harm reduction, tobacco harm reduction should be amplified, not ignored. So yeah, that is the width and breadth.
Uh-huh.
The width and breadth.
Yep.
So yeah, 5 cents times 30 is actually not $4.50. I didn't say $4.50.
No, you said $3.50.
I said $3.50, and that's still not right.
Patrick was wrong. That's a drinking phrase.
That's math. Math is never my deal.
Tobacco math. Tobacco control math.
Yeah, that math was never my deal. Yeah, that's not good.
Mine either. There should be zero tax. Zero.
Yeah, well, I don't say zero. We got to put sales tax on everything. Regular old sales tax.
Plain old, regular old sales tax. Yes, that's fine if you have it. New Hampshire, I don't think does. Other than that, piss off.
Yeah, we have sales tax on everything. Now, when I was in Pennsylvania, yes, it's $1.50. Or $3 for a 60 ml bottle. Yeah. And it's not a big deal. $1.50 doesn't sound like a lot, right?
Not when they can go to Xbox and buy a $50 game every 7 minutes.
Yeah. Or they want to buy the newest gun for Call of Duty because they have, I don't own a video game system, but I know that you can buy extra stuff on games. If you want to have the super awesome sniper rifle on Call of Duty, you pay extra. Mm-hmm. Or if you want to have the better body armor so that you can take a few more hits, you pay a couple dollars and you get the extra. Oh, it's not a couple dollars, but you buy the add-ons. Or if you're playing Batman Arkham Asylum, yes, we have sales tax. We don't have income tax in Texas, but we have sales tax, which is cool. Because when I file my income taxes, which I just did because I wasn't in any hurry, because I figured I owed money, I got $72 back this year. Mm-hmm. But I was out of work for 2 months last year because of my leg. The first time I broke my leg. Yep. So that was helpful. Being out of work was helpful because normally we end up paying like $3,000. Yeah. So yeah, the wife didn't work as much and I was off for 2 months. So yeah, the income was a little bit less this year. So we ended up getting $72 back. Mm-hmm. But she's been working almost every day since I've been laid off, or not laid off, but since I've been on disability this time. Yeah. So next year will be bad. Plus I'm getting paid for not working now. Last year I didn't get paid for not working. I didn't have short-term disability last year. somebody hurt themselves and then realized, hey, if I suffer through this for a year and add short-term disability now and then suffer through it for a year, I will qualify for disability while I'm off work. That's a sneaky Patrick, sneaky. So anyway, a tax on a per mil basis on e-liquid products or vaping products or whatever you want to call it is not going to achieve the end result that you want, because the products that the kids use are lower volume, higher nic products.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a few cents. And then obviously the old guys like you and me and all the other people that vape regular old, e-liquid that comes in 30, 60, 120 mil bottles or whatever. We're the ones that are going to be paying, and they're not going to get the volume of tax revenue off of this that they project, because there are fewer and fewer options.
It's not fun.
Fewer and fewer options. Nobody, I don't think that anybody in Austin, in the state capital of Austin, has done the math.
Probably.
I think that Altria, because they came in with the model language of this and they said, hey,
here's what we want.
Put your name at the top of this and introduce this.
Yeah. Here's what we want. We've done the math.
Because it's not gonna hurt their business model at all to charge 5 extra cents.
No, I don't remember who figured. I don't know who figured that out a while back, and I thought, wow, see, that's fun.
Yeah, and they make a little.
They love tax, so.
Well, yeah. Let's see. Open Secrets. .org. It's one of my favorite websites.
It's one of your favorite.
One of my favorite websites. I want to see if the sponsor of this bill
likes Altria.
Actually where they're getting their money from. So what's been going on with you while I do this?
Part electrician, part painter. Yeah, that's it.
What?
Part painter, part electrician, full-time papa.
Are you burning stuff down?
No, everything was fine. Nothing smoked, nothing, not at all. Everything worked.
Yet?
Yeah, well, it's been 2 days. I got batteries in my...
They're not listening.
They're not?
They're not listing that bill.
Let's see.
They're not listing. It hurts my feelings because I want to go, aha! And I can't go, aha, because there's no smoking gun.
Sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's just on the tip of their nose that gets longer and longer.
Well, Pinocchio.
Yeah. If they would focus on what the problem is, we wouldn't be here.
Enforcement is the problem with what the problem is. We already have existing laws to prevent kids from buying these products. We already have
who's breaking those laws? Who are the people breaking those laws?
Who are the people that are breaking those laws?
It's not a trick question.
Well,
the retailer.
Well, not necessarily.
No.
I mean, when kids have older friends, we know that the vast majority of these products are purchased through straw purchases or through, third-hand guy goes in and buys himself something. He buys extra and he sells the extra to his younger cousin or, whatever. The retailers, here in Texas, for example, you can't buy a tobacco product at a convenience store without a swipe.
Mm-hmm.
So
point of sale.
At point of sale for tobacco products, unless you look ancient,
like us. Yeah.
They swipe your ID.
Right.
Same thing for alcohol.
So then, if we can't really technically blame the retailer, who else would be at fault?
Mommy and daddy.
There you go. Parenting,
mommy and daddy.
But regardless, no matter what.
But the government wants to be your mommy.
No, they want to be my nanny.
No, I think they've stepped up their game, and they actually want to wipe your ass and tuck you in at night.
Shannon, I moved my mic, honey. I hope it's better. I don't want them to wipe my butt.
I don't either, but that's what they want to do. They want to control those things. They want to make sure that you are
pure, like the white driven snow.
They just want to make sure you're obedient.
Yeah, that's good.
They want you to obey.
Do as you're told. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Do I have a problem or three with that?
They just want you to obey and be compliant.
I drink too much coffee and I speed on occasion, so they all can kiss my ass.
Be good little consumers. Buy what we allow you to buy.
Buy what we prefer.
Do what we tell you to do. And everything will be okay. Mm-mm. I mean, that's literally what this is turning into. This is, I can remember when I was a kid. Now, I mean, obviously, some of these things that we did when I was a kid are probably not safe. But my dad had a pickup truck. Uh-oh. And my brother and I would ride all over the country in the back of that pickup truck.
Yeah, I did that too. Well, I didn't do that. We would sometimes stand up, and put our arms across the cab, the top of the thing, and you want the wind to knock you over.
I mean,
yeah, you want the wind to knock you over and hit your head on the fucking wheel well. Yeah.
And there was no cops pulling people over for riding in the back of pickup trucks.
Nope. I stood in the front seat, stood in the front seat, of a 74 boat, whatever grandma had that year. And this was my seatbelt.
Well, when grandma or mom hit the brakes and that arm goes flying out, and even when you're wearing a seatbelt and your mom does this and knocks the wind out of you.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
we had cars in the 80s that didn't even have seatbelts in the back.
Nope. Dad packed 7 kids in a 2-door Ford Falcon for trips to Maine and back to pick them up. We didn't have seatbelts in that Falcon.
Put an ice chest in the back of the Ranchero or the pickup truck or the Ford Falcon. That's right. And have the dad would open the little slidey window and put his hand like this, and you'd hand him a beer and he'd put it in his koozie and keep on driving.
What do you mean helmets? What's a helmet?
Well, there was no helmets. No. I actually got into one of the biggest fights of my childhood. There was a kid that was a mouthy rich kid in the neighborhood that had a dirt bike, and he would come and make fun of us because we were poor. Yeah. And I finally had enough, and I knocked him off of that damn bike, and he came at me, and he took his helmet off and threw it to the ground, and I just reached up and grabbed the helmet and beat his ass with the fucking helmet.
Disc. Helmet was harm reduction. Didn't you know?
This is Irish fighting. This is how we do things. He threw the helmet down, and I grabbed it and just beat the shit out of him with the fucking helmet. Knocked his teeth out.
Thank you very much.
I was only like 12 years old. A mean little shit.
But you probably ate dough as a kid, right? You can't do that anymore. You're not allowed.
Well, when mom was making cookies, she'd have to make a double batch because my brother and I would always be over there grabbing handfuls of cookie dough.
And you didn't.
Oh, that's got raw egg in it. You can't do that. You go to the fucking health food store and you buy a smoothie or something. There's a fucking raw egg in that. People survived. We survived without the government telling us what to do for generations.
My wife's grandmother, to my shock and awe, would eat raw hamburger when she was preparing hamburger. I said, "What you doing?" She said, "She's making sure it's good."
I'm a hillbilly. What's wrong with eating raw hamburger?
Well, I'd never seen it done before.
Oh, I mean, we're butcher kids here. So, yeah, I mean, there's a picture. There's a picture in my phone. My mom. This is what my mom did. This is how you know that when your mom's getting old, she starts sending you shit. Like she sent me the photo album with all of the pictures of me when I was a kid, not copies. Like these are the ones that we had. She took all the pictures of me and put them in one photo album, all the pictures of my brother and put them in another photo album, and then mailed them to each of us. She says, "I don't want this shit anymore." But there's a picture. There's a picture. So all of my grandparents' grandkids, there's like a year or 2 years apart between each kid. Yeah. So we're just little stair steps. And every year we would go and we'd butcher like 4 cows. Yeah. And when you were old enough to hold a knife, you were standing there butchering.
Yep.
So there's a picture of us. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, of these kids standing in front of a stainless steel meat table, cutting holding knives and cutting meat and covered in blood.
You got to get a little blood in your mouth.
And if you want to, you got to feel. This is gross for some of you people, but you have to feel the consistency when you're making hamburger. If it's like an 80-20 or you want to get the right ratio, and the only way you got to get the right mouth feel. Yeah. So you might take a couple pinches of meat and put it in your mouth and make sure that it's the right mouth feel.
There you go. That's what she did.
You go to certain French restaurants and you're going to get steak tartare.
Right.
Which is just steak, chop. And then,
seen it. Never seen anybody eat raw hamburger before.
And
even
deer.
She was eating it, like it was food.
Well, once you put it in your mouth, what are you going to do? Spit it out?
No, but she kept doing it.
Now, we don't do that with pork or chicken, but we will do that with beef.
Right. I thought it was fun.
Just because, you got to make sure those two things are cooked thoroughly. I think as much. Yes, Tom says the technical term is bite.
Yeah, she bit a lot.
It is food, Kevin. Shannon says it is food. You're not nearly as big a hillbilly as I thought you were.
No.
Or a redneck.
A hillbilly wannabe, maybe.
You are one of those big city cab drivers, so
Yeah, that too.
Big city cab driver.
Yeah, that too.
So let me look at some of these links. I sent you some links, and you sent me a whole bunch of links, and let's just look at these. Let's look at these links. Let's look at these.
Let's share.
I did get a really good response from one of my links from you.
Yes, as a matter of fact. An exclamation point as well, I believe.
Yeah, it was like, holy hell.
No.
For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake. Well, we'll start with just at the top of the feed here. We'll just start from the top. So we've talked about this philanthrocolonialism from Bloomberg. And this is a new piece that was just published on the 6th, which was just yesterday. So I already pre-rubbed it, so it should already be rubbed.
It makes you feel better when you do that, doesn't it?
Well, sometimes you got to get an early start here.
It gets a little skip in your step, doesn't it?
Yeah. So consumers express alarm over foreign charities' attempts to defy Philippine sovereignty. Yeah. Philippine sovereignty. This is Manila, Philippines 5 consumer advocacy groups express alarm over the revelation of two lawmakers about multiple attempts by foreign charities to disperse money to government agencies to influence local policies in violation of the Constitution and Philippine sovereignty. The groups, which sent a statement sent to Inquirer.net on Wednesday, are the Coalition of Asia Pacific Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates, Nicotine Consumers Union of the Philippines, Vapor ACO, and Philippine E-Cigarette Industry Association. We are alarmed by the revelation of House Deputy Speaker DeGracias Victor. No, I'm not going to let you have that. No cookies. DeGracias Victor Savallano from Ilocos Sur. This is where my wife is from, Ilocos Sur. And Representative Jericho Nograles, PBA party list, that several government agencies were receiving grant money from the union, which is funded by the anti-tobacco advocacy Bloomberg Initiative, said Clarice Virginio. And from the, what was that? The nicotine conference where I saw Hanaj and all those people, Clarice was in that group. The Philippine representative to CAFRA, a regional advocacy group that promotes tobacco harm reduction. Anton Israel, president of the Nicotine Consumers Union of the Philippines, said the FDA itself, and that's not the American FDA, that's the Philippine FDA, itself confirmed having received $150,430 from the union. The union is an anti-vaping organization receiving money from the union and drafting regulations on e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products. But the Food and Drug Administration in an awkward position, put the FDA in an awkward position. No amount of denial on the part of FDA could erase the suspicion that its policymaking was compromised. Joey DeLay, president of Philippine e-cigarette, blah, 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 it's PCA, also lamented that the FDA and other agencies heavily relied on medical NGOs and foreign charities in drafting the guidelines for regulations of non-consumable alternatives to cigarettes like vapes and heated tobacco products.
So NGOs are everywhere.
Yes.
Non-governmental organization. Yeah. For you.
So, I mean, obviously there's a bunch more, but
alphabet groups are in charge.
Alphabet groups are in charge and have disproportionate power in
complete control
areas of
anymore.
Well, compared to developed countries.
Okay, all right.
So, Bloomberg is hitting these developing countries, or I don't want to say third world because that just sounds less, civilized or whatever, but developing countries like Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia, Africa, the entire continent of Africa, it seems to be a good place for them to drop money to control the world. The WHO is also targeting those same places.
Mm-hmm. Because of influence.
Yeah.
But look, they're helping us.
Yeah, I can't say that, and I need to do this because that is not cool. So Jacob Smith said something in the YouTube chat room that would be controversial and cause drama and possible strikeages and things like that. I can't.
Oh, goodness gracious!
It's that word that big knowledge, and we discussed with big knowledge with an A instead of the ER, but still, yeah. So speaking of Malaysia, speaking of Malaysia, let me rub this one. This one's not rubbed. Rub. Now this is the one that got the expletive laden response from Kevin. There's multiple versions of this story.
It's the cab driver version of my shock.
So yeah, this is from the Malay Mail. The police hunting woman who allegedly made her toddler son vape in viral video.
Uh-huh.
Is that what we have to do to go viral, Kevin? Is to get I mean, we've had your grandson on the show, but we've never forced him to vape. I mean, that would be.
I've never thought
that would be. That would be not good. No, I don't. I wouldn't suggest that we do that.
I just don't understand either part.
Yeah.
Why would anybody want to make a child do anything? And
well, I mean,
why would the police hunt people?
Maybe she just wanted to get rid of her kid. Maybe that's what it is. She knows that if she does that on her Instagram account,
it's quite possible
that somebody's going to report it in Kuala Lumpur. They're going to take your kid away. And so the police are looking for the owner of an Instagram account who uploaded a video purportedly showing a toddler being given an e-cigarette, also known as a vape, to inhale.
Well, thank God they clarified
that. It is understood that the pair are mother and her son. Malay Daily Metro reported today, Women and Child Investigation Division D11, Principal Assistant Director ACP Siti Kamasa Hassan, as saying that the police have yet to receive any reports on the matter, but are in the process of identifying the owner of the Instagram account. We are seeking the woman for investigation and to save the child involved. See?
How old is the child?
They said toddler.
All right.
So yesterday, several portals reported the video showing the incident after it went viral. In the 12-second video, an adult hand can be seen giving the vape to the toddler, who then takes 2 drags from the device before covering his mouth and bending his body forward. Another adult hand is also seen lightly smacking the child on the arm. According to the media organization, says the mother wrote in her Instagram story, "He's my son. It's my right to do whatever. I'm the one taking care of him, stupid," in response to the public backlash. So,
for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
He's my kid. I can do with him whatever I want.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So that's exactly what the American government and governments all over the world are saying about all of their citizens.
Mm-hmm.
They're my kid. I can do with them whatever I want. I'm taking care of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can't imagine anybody doing that any more than they do anything else, I guess, but power and control. So,
yeah, well, let's see. Oh,
you got me with that one, because that one slipped my view completely until you sent it to me.
Yeah.
It's like so you glance,
You sent a spreadsheet sort of thing.
Yeah.
That is tobacco settlement money.
I absolutely Sonia is on Twitter, and I can't think of her last name at the moment. And the whoever does this, KFF Kaiser, is it? I forget. They do it every year. They've been doing it forever.
Yeah.
Who is this? Yeah, the Kaiser Family Foundation. I'm going to link it for you guys in the thing. This is 2019 tax money.
Yes,
from smoking, but I'm sure if you, oh shit, I sent that to you. Sorry. Had the wrong window up. If you look through that, you can, I'm sure, find other years.
So this is the amount of money in millions.
Yeah.
Okay. So 6,088 millions, which is 6 billions, 888 million, or no, not 888, 6 billion, 88 million.
Yeah. Hit the trend graph. And this is what you guys can, yes, sir. You guys can hit this trend graph, scroll down. I think, yeah. Now, if I think, yeah, because it shows 98 on when it started, and it shows the states, and then when you scroll to the right from the bottom of that graph chart, whatever it is, it'll show you each year as it progresses and how high it goes or low it goes or the same or close. So let's go. What is Oklahoma? 78, 72, and 70. Look at Oregon, 142, 69, and 70. Now look at Pennsylvania. Look at that. 339, 369.
806. $806 million. Are
you fucking kidding me? So
now what happened in 2018 in Pennsylvania?
That was the 90% tax, wasn't it?
It wasn't 90%. That was a 60% floor tax.
Oh, 60. So you can see those. Oh, Nick. Well, I forgot about Nick's. There's a tweet in Florida I saw today.
I should actually send Nick the link.
For
well, because Florida had good news today.
Yes. I saw their tweet and I liked it. So go down to your state. You're only a couple away. So look at Texas, just for fun. They're not in. They're not in yet, evidently. But look, 488, 479, 448. You dropped a little.
We dropped a little.
Yep.
And then, we're still trending less. Yeah, but look at Utah. Look at Utah. 37 million, 37 million, 63 million.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back up to California. I want look at this. 714 million, 734 million, 876 million, 849 million.
Well, what happened in California, Patrick? Why would it go up so high?
Oh, well, that was 2018.
Yep.
I can't remember the bill number anymore, but there was a glance bill went through in 18.
Wasn't that Mark Stupido, whatever his name was?
Leno.
No,
I think Leno was gone by 18.
Was he already gone? Okay.
But that was, even if it was, it is, that was still a Glancian bill. I mean, Glance is one of him and Leno were homies.
Yeah. So those charts for you that are in business are useful, and for those that are not, it's fodder at least. It's interesting to see those. I've used a few of those charts. Fodder.
But look here. So let me get to a point where I can. So these are the totals. Let's look at the countrywide totals.
Right.
So in 16,
go back
7,969,000,000.
Right. So go back to 2007, and then you're going to just skim across 10 years. Oh, you can't, can you, on that one?
I can't.
You can.
It's not.
Yeah, 08. So 08, and just use the 8.2, 8.8. It drops 7.5. And then as you go across, I know, it's a pain in the ass.
They should figure out a way to do this as like a pop out, so it would be much easier.
Oh, Tobacco Free Kids has it every year. That's where they got this from.
Well, I'm sure.
Every year. So they used it as a chart that you can.
I mean, it does up and down. I mean, look, between here and here, up and then down.
Yeah.
And then
it's a fun chart.
Let's go a few more years. Then this was the down, then starts up, and then it almost recovers everything that it lost.
Yep.
And that's
look at the years.
16.
You see that?
And
17,
then
18, 19.
17, 18. Oh, 19 was a drop.
Mm-hmm.
But
they'll have 2020 anytime.
They don't have 2020. It's not been reported yet. Some of those the state treasurers haven't completed their books yet for those years.
Yeah.
So that's just an interesting tool to have everybody sort of look at it. Yolanda wants to know if you eat sushi.
I've never tried sushi. I would try it. I've never tried it. What?
It's yummy.
Here's my. I've heard it is. I just never have. Where's my messenger? Okay, so this is the tweet. I'm
already on to the Cliff Douglas one. That's the next thing.
Fine. Hiya, Nick.
I sent Nick the link. He's probably too chicken, or he's probably out gallivanting because, in Florida, everything's open. Actually, in Texas, everything's open too. It's just that
we're pretending.
My wife's like, "Are we going out of town this weekend?" And I was like, "No." And she's like, "Why?" I said, "Because where are we going to go? And does it require lots and lots of walking?"
Maybe she's trying to lose you. Take a hit, Patrick.
She's trying to trip me on the Riverwalk in San Antonio and push me into the water. So this is our friend Cliff Douglas, who we still haven't been able to get on the show. Yep. We replicate and extend the study of Bata and glands, which reports longitudinal statistical associations between e-cigarette use and long-term respiratory disease, and find no evidence that current or former e-cigarette use is associated with respiratory disease. And this is from a study done by the National Bureau of Economic Research. So they took the Bata and Glant study from 2019. And they looked at their stats. They looked at their statistics, and then they projected forward and found that there is no statistical association between long-term e-cigarette use and respiratory illnesses or anything bad.
Plenty of correlation, no proof.
Yes. Well,
nothing. Well, I hope it gets retracted.
Hamish is here.
Uh-oh.
He's going to be so mad because I didn't say Hamish.
So I'm going to give you the where's that?
He's going to go full ham on it.
It's corny.
I know, it's so bad.
What's okay, you can do that. All right. Once you rub it and make it bigger.
Which one am I rubbing? The Michael Siegel piece?
Nope. The Florida smoke free that I just showed you.
Well,
Are you going in a line? What are you doing?
I'm trying to just go in the order so I don't lose where I'm at.
The funny thing about this Michael Siegel, Dr. Michael Siegel, go ahead, click it on there.
Half of this damn thing is a fucking cookie thing, and I hate.
It's your knee, not your eye. The fun part about Dr. Siegel is I hadn't heard from him in a little while. He's been busy doing this.
He's been working. He's working.
Kevin's a goober. Yes, I'm a goober.
You are a goober.
I was something else last week. Sweet tarts or something. What was I?
I don't know.
Pop rocks.
Oh, that was some sort of weird Leanna thing. So this is a
Michael Siegel.
Dr. Michael Siegel, Adrian Gunawan, and Amanda Kachmar did a study, a research piece, an analysis, whatever you want to call it. This is a mixed methods study researching Massachusetts House Bill 4196. Kevin, tell me about this because you send it to me.
Fine. You want me to read it or you want me to tell you?
Tell me what it is. You can summarize.
They taxed and they banned flavor products, including combustibles. So what they thought was that everybody would just stop smoking because, you've been spanked, cut it out. Well, no, Patrick, that's not what happened.
No, because when you tell me I can't do something, what is the first thing I'm going to do?
You're going to do a New Hampshire run like everybody else.
And we talked about that last week.
You're going to go up the road a piece and you're going to get your shit goddamn where else. That's what you're going to fucking do.
I live in a state where to get to anywhere, the closest thing is San Antonio, and that's a 2.5 hour drive.
It's down the road a state.
Right. And I have been known to jump in the car, drive 2.5 hours to San Antonio to my wife's favorite takeout place, get her takeout, and drive 2.5 hours back.
See, there you go. So at the very bottom of that first paragraph, it says something I don't like.
Research has found e-cigarettes and cigarettes are economic substitutes, meaning an increase in e-cigarette prices may push more people who smoke e-cigarettes to smoke combustible cigarettes. Typo, whatever. It's not the same thing.
No. Let's read that again. However, past research has found that e-cigarettes and cigarettes are economic substitutes, meaning that an increase in e-cigarette prices may push more people who smoke e-cigarettes to smoke combustible cigarettes. Now, I don't like the term "smoke e-cigarette." I'm hoping that's what you're talking about. Because
that's the only thing I'm talking about.
This is exactly true.
It's the only thing I'm
vaping becomes more expensive than smoking, people will actually go back to smoking.
And you know what? Guess what they did?
They did.
That's exactly what they did. They knew that. Look at your other chart and look at Massachusetts.
Let me look here real quick. To determine the impacts of several events, such as the e-cigarette and vaping associated lung injury outbreak and implementation of the Massachusetts e-cigarette tax on e-cigarette and cigarette purchasing, we conducted an interrupted time series analysis of year-on-year consumer purchasing data to impute changes in e-cigarette and cigarette purchasing in the greater Boston area and the entire United States. After several intervention points, we then surveyed a subset of people who use e-cigarettes to evaluate the plausibility that some cigarette or e-cigarette consumers would travel out of state to purchase e-cigarettes, which we already talked about ad nauseum. If I had to drive to Houston, for me to get to the next state, for me to get from here to Louisiana, which is the closest state, is a 6-hour drive, 5.5 to 6 hour drive.
It's like you're in your own country.
To get to another state. But if you live in Mass or Maine or New Hampshire or Pennsylvania, any of those places, I mean, in Pennsylvania, to get to where my mom lives in Pennsylvania, to get to Maryland is a 30-minute drive. If you're in Baltimore, for example, and you have to get to Jersey or to New York, 30 or it's like it's not 30, say an hour drive.
Couple hours, pretty much.
I can be from Baltimore to New York City in 90 minutes.
Unless Cuomo's around, you know.
Yeah, well, you get on the toll road, man. You can go, man.
You can run.
So, anyway, the results. Well, and I'm going to do results and then conclusions. The purchasing data indicated that there is no significant decrease in e-cigarette purchases in the greater Boston convenience market after tax implementation. However, we found that e-cigarette purchases decreased significantly while cigarette purchases increased after several bans on e-cigarettes and numerous policy statements related to the E-Valley outbreak. The survey results suggested that people who smoke e-cigarettes, who vape, did not decrease their consumption after the implementation of the tax, but instead obtained e-cigarettes outside of Massachusetts. The results suggest that Massachusetts flavor ban and tax did not reduce e-cigarette consumption in the greater Boston area, and that messaging questioning the safety of e-cigarettes led to an increase in combustible cigarette use. This suggests the need for health authorities to reconsider how they communicate the relative risks of smoking and vaping.
So it's not about health, is it?
No.
Just
never has. Never has been about health. Did you actually send me the KFF thing twice? Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did. I apologize when I did it.
Yeah, so, I didn't really think that Nick would actually come.
Okay.
I sent him the link and he didn't come. So I will show the tweet. I will show the tweet.
Show the tweet.
Let me show the tweet.
And once we review
Kevin,
the tweet,
Kevin, we really should stop showing the tweets because people are going to get
I like showing my tweets off. So
yeah,
Florida Smoke Free. I found this accidentally. I didn't find it on purpose. We're fighting for tobacco harm reduction day in, day out against PAVE and their best friends. And harm less. You see that? So go down. I'm going to show you a trick.
I would prefer that it said less harm.
Stop talking. Listen to me. Go down. Go down on that tweet. Hit quote tweet. Quote tweet. There you go. So Amelia, who would be another fun guest, I believe.
We've had her on.
I know. So when we have Amelia sees it, this is the one I saw to attract my attention to the Florida Smoke Free tweet, who I have alerts on. I checked, but it ain't working right. So she kind of assessed the tweet on her own. And then there's a thread from there under her, but I liked it. I thought it was kind of cool. The mech mod didn't bother me one way or the other. I think it actually,
I don't
I
see
didn't
the
care.
thing is I can see where this could be damaging.
See, I just thought
I could see where this could be damaging.
Nobody knows what anything is anyways. It's not a jewel, so they don't understand what.
No, not the mech mod. Not the mech mod. I don't think that. I think no. This.
Oh,
this,
the cloud. See the cloud.
I could see where politicians would say that this is not good. I could see. They should actually have somebody. With a little like. What do you mean that link don't work?
Why are you messing with him? What happened in Florida?
It works perfectly fine for me, and I need to have him on now so that he can and it worked for Kevin. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're
street tacos. You have to say street tacos, Patrick.
Street tacos. Would you do? Scrape them up off the street? I mean,
she needed some street tacos. I'm not gonna go there, but that's.
I mean, I've been to Vegas and I've seen the streets. I don't think you want to be eating anything off the street. That's what I'm saying.
Street tacos.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen some hobos peeing on the. I think I've actually urinated on the street in Vegas. I wouldn't even. I don't know, Kevin.
Have you been drunk enough to do so? That's good.
Have I been drunk enough to urinate in public?
Well, you don't have to be drunk to do so.
I'm from New Orleans, dude. Yes.
Yes. Oh.
Listen. Oh, he's all chueco.
He's look at him.
He's all chueco. He's got. I'm hearing my voice.
What a beautiful.
It's better now.
What a beautiful human being
You're hearing your voice.
I was hearing my voice for a second there.
That's killing me, man.
You're killing me, Smalls. What's going on, old man?
I'm trying to go to bed.
You got more white in your beard than I do. That's good.
The last two sessions have done that to me.
I got this one little patch right here.
You guys are disappearing on me here. What the hell's going on?
I can see you perfectly fine.
We're ducking.
Quit moving shit.
He's trying to pee on the street. Let him be. What is going on?
So what's going on in Florida?
Bitch about a friggin' graphic. That's what.
I'm just telling you, man.
Look,
I liked it.
Look, let me tell you something. We have a PR firm that is very passionate about what they do. And they, to Kevin's point, they clearly wanted to paint a picture that we are not disposable, small stuff.
I don't have a problem with the device.
Well, I did, and I had a problem with the cloud and the whole image. But I got outvoted on it, and it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, we can Monday morning quarterback the snot out of it, but it's done now, and
it doesn't matter anyway, because it looks like some good news happened in Florida today anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some really good news, something we've been working on for several years. The T21, they felt like they had it to pass as a state, so they went ahead and did that. They separated vapor from tobacco, giving us a nicotine permit with the DBPR with a 0 fee, no tax, no flavor ban, and preemption.
Woo-hoo.
So that was huge for us. Something we really wanted, with a military exemption as well on the T21 part.
Really?
So, yeah.
If they're going to go take a bullet, then I figure they can vape.
Excellent.
Yep. And they do too. So we're very happy with the way that this session ended. It took, like I said, 3 years of work, but it's finally done. The part about keeping us separate from tobacco was huge for us. And the preemption was obviously something huge.
Yeah, that's
so
big.
We're pretty happy.
That keeps all the islands in the state on the same page.
Yep.
For everybody that doesn't know what preemption means, that means that the state issues laws for the entire state, and it prevents the localities, the counties, the cities from instituting more stringent laws or individual laws or independent laws.
Right.
That differ from the state law.
And we had that. We had that kind of splinter effect here with, bans and flavor bans and vape bans and all this stuff going on in small municipalities. Some didn't even have a vape shop in them, but they refused to issue licensing and stuff, which is, we got quite a bit of pushback from the body part people with the preemption piece, because they're saying they did a much better job at a local level than they do at a state level. Just look at the numbers gone down. And, our contention is COVID kind of did that for you. Exactly. Kids not being in school kind of did a good job of that. So
exactly,
let's be real here, but we have a great leader, man, in our state, and he listened again. I mean, just somebody to sit down and talk to and actually present the facts where they'll go out and fact check us and find that they're true is huge for us. And that's what's worked.
That's what you want.
Yeah. That's why you elect them.
Yeah. I mean, I can't deny that that's what it is. I mean, the guy's going out and fact checking us and he's finding out the truth. And there's nothing else to attribute that to except the fact that he listened and he went and checked us. So you guys and everybody else that we got information from. The Kevin Crowleys, the Patricks, the Bill Tarlings, the Lindsay Strouds, and multiple other people that we get all these facts from.
Yeah.
And we take it to him, and him and his his staffers listen to it, and they double check it and triple check it and say, you know what, this is the way we need to do business.
So let me ask you a question: Is this saying, the preemption saying to tobacco-free kids, Truth, whoever, they can't come into town X and say, okay, we want a ban? They cannot do that.
Correct. Well, they can say it, but they can't. In Florida, they can't do anything.
Wow. I wanted to make sure and clarify that. Wow.
Counties, municipalities, nothing. City commissions, it's all done.
So they're out of that.
So when we threw that cast net, it went.
They can still go to the city and say, we want to do a public use ban.
Right.
That can still happen. So
they can sue and they can push, but they can't actually just come in and say, hey, guess what, kids?
No flavors. They can't come in and say, well, Orlando is going to pass a flavor ban. That won't happen.
Right.
Or we're gonna change the age to vape in Tampa Bay to 45.
Right. And the other thing is that they can't come in and throw tax on it, because now we're vapor or nicotine dispensing devices, and it would take a constitutional revision, which would be huge. That was a huge step that a lot of people don't understand the underlying bricks that were laid for future, right? I mean, it's easy to look at it at face value, but that also has a huge it's a huge factor in the navigation of the future of what will come up next session.
Yeah, and to do it, I mean, people don't realize. I don't know about Florida, but to make a constitutional amendment or to change the Constitution in a state requires a significant majority of the legislators to approve. changing the United States Constitution requires it to pass on a federal level, and then 3/4 of the states actually have to ratify it. So to change the Constitution of the United States is a big deal. To change the Constitution on a state level is still a big deal.
Well, they don't have our Constitution Revision Committee. The last one they had was at Amendment 9 with the offshore drilling, which kind of screwed the pooch for us, but it is what it is. They can't meet again for another 20 years. And in Florida, the governor picks random people in the public as well as lawmakers to be on this committee of 29 people.
Okay.
And they then revise the Constitution of Florida. So that is not until another 20 years from now, or 18.
Yeah, it's not something that just happens every day.
Right.
So your days driving to the Capitol are still going to happen, but not nearly as much.
Our days, well, we're going to go back one more time, obviously, maybe two. We really want to attend an event with the governor, but we're also going to have a little reception there for this bill. And then next session, we'll kick back up and we'll have to go back a little bit, but we're hoping it won't be much. Who knows what they'll come up with, I mean, it's so hard to say. Right now, federally is where our battles are at. I'm hoping we get some kind of organization at that level to fight. I mean, we need lobbying at a federal level.
Yeah, we need lobbying. I've said this, you need to have a lobby. We've always needed to have a lobby. But I really, for example, say a group of 10 states got together and said, you know what, we've got 10 great state organizations. Let's throw what money we can scrounge up into a hat, hire a lobby firm for 6 weeks or whatever, set up meetings, do the fly-in ourselves without all the cumbersome bullshit, and just go in and work. Instead of needing VTA or SFATA or any of the, whatever alphabet group, there is a way to get a presence in DC without having that huge infrastructure. And yes, it's not nearly as efficient as having full-time people to pay, but there's a way. I mean, we've got, a dozen really organized state groups that could pull enough money together for a short-term basis, hire a lobby firm just to set up those fly-in meetings.
So Florida, Tennessee, Ohio, to name three off the top of my
head. Those fly-in meetings.
The funding right now is.
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody's got any fucking extra money because everybody's working on PMTAs and everybody's working on labs and everybody's trying to fucking keep their doors open. Yep. I understand that,
and this year we didn't have a lot either, Patrick. I mean, thankfully, that is the 810 veto campaign that you were.
That didn't cost anything, though.
I know that didn't cost anything to you, but it cost the organization $300,000 in the rears.
Where's my cut of that?
So when you're talking those kind of numbers, right? I'm still waiting for my cut since 14. But
there's a lot of video production I put into
that kind of
There's
stuff.
Yours, Patrick.
That stuff was grassroots, and look at the impact you had with what we put together to just get that veto. And that veto is what carried us into this where we are today.
Well, and
so the bricks aren't late. It's late to start is what I'm getting at,
not to toot a horn, but yeah, that video, that 23-minute video, the GIFs, the animated GIFs that we did with hundreds of people holding up those signs. I didn't have any part of that other than telling people, hey, take a selfie and send it to Nick. Those kinds of things, the production on that video didn't cost anything. The making those GIF, social media posts didn't really cost anything. Now you guys did more with that but those things, like here in Texas, we got a tax bill that unfairly, benefits Altria and Philip Morris and all those people because it's a per mill tax.
Yeah.
And
it happened at 4 a.m. in the morning.
I can read that bill and tell you, yes, that's the same bill that Altria has been floating for years. They've used it in other states. It's the same language. It's the same piece of model legislation. Mm-hmm. And yes, it benefits Altria, all the people that they supposedly hate.
Is that the one they passed at 4 a.m, the second reading?
They didn't pass it. It still hasn't passed. But I guarantee you, if I were to put together, and say, hey, we're going to do a virtual rally and do what we did for Florida and Texas, I don't know that as many people would even show up.
Probably not.
And and the problem is, I think the governor wants it to happen. And lieutenant governor, they've been after us. They've had a hard on for vaping. And it's just a public image thing. They can campaign on the fact that, look, we protected your kids. And that's really what most of these politicians are using this legislation for. Is sure it's going to create a little tiny tax. It's not going to make a lot of money, but for their campaign, they can say, hey, look what we did to fight this evil scourge of vaping to protect your kids. Vote for me. And people will buy it. People will step in and say, oh, well, he protected my kid from that evil nicotine.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at a thread where they did the second reading at 4 a.m. this morning.
Yeah. It still hadn't passed. It hasn't passed, though.
No, it's got to go to third reading, right?
Yeah. And then it'll go to the floor, and then it'll go, depending on where it started, if it's a House bill, it'll have to go back through and go through the Senate. They have to I don't know that they're doing, because a lot of times they'll push the same legislation through the House and the Senate at the same time. And then if there's any changes made in the House or any changes in the Senate, then they do a sort of a merging at the end before it goes to a full vote or whatever. But yeah, it's
they swap bills just like Florida. House gets the Senate, Senate gets the House. They make it one, goes to the governor.
Yeah. So, and if we get through, luckily Texas only does new legislation every other year. So if we can get through this without a flavor ban, without a stupid ass tax, it's not a big amount of money, but it's just the idea that they're using this as an example, or using this as some sort of media thing to say, hey, look, we're saving your kids.
Yeah.
When in all reality, what they're doing is they're pushing people away from open vapor and to a cheaper alternative, which if it helps people, I don't care if people vape a Juul.
Right.
If they're not smoking, I don't care.
Right.
Do I like those products? No, but I'm not an average consumer. And if all else fails, I can go over here and mix my own fucking e-liquid. And I'm perfectly happy.
You mix your own.
Oh yeah, there's a new one. There's a new one. There's a new cigar. There's a new cigar variant that just got created today.
I don't want to hear it.
Just for the record, just so you know, Nick, I don't even like him. You know that.
He doesn't.
I do.
I do know that.
I actually, if you send me,
send
me your address, since I'm not working and I can drive now, I will go to the post office this week.
And he'll look around and he'll see where the package should go, and then he'll go back home.
Right. Let's try this once again, Patrick.
Well, it's probably in my thing, but I don't want to go looking through my thing.
Yeah, I figured.
So yeah, there's actually quite a few different variants
He's got more
the cigars now. So there's
You're not going to get them
5,
but he's got more.
5 or 6 different cigar variants here.
Jennifer, I don't think has seen anything either. So
no, she's seen them. She just hasn't had any in the mail yet.
So Nick,
all right. Yes, sir.
You've been working how long at this? 7 years? 8 years?
Since 14, so
8 years.
Yeah.
Give or take. We'll give or take. We'll say 8.
Yeah.
So you've lost 10 years of your life doing it.
Well, I remember the first time I met Nick, he had a full head of hair.
I was going to say he had a little bit of hair left, right?
And it wasn't gray.
This was black.
You've had 8 years of lifetime and effort and sweat and tears, surely, at one point or another. And you've made a success out of this, so adults can do what adults want to do and choose to do, and you can become, and you already have and are, an example to the rest of the country as a point to make when a guy goes into the Senate or wherever and says, look at Florida, look at what they're doing, and the smoking rates are going down, and they don't have flavor bans, and they don't have this, and they don't have that, and there's reasons for that, and that's why it's being hailed successful. You bastards. Well, you can't say bastards, but you want to think it. So I appreciate everything you've done, you and your team, and I know it's not just you. You can say bastard. You and your the whole fucking crew of people, and I probably don't even know them all.
You and Patrick and
I'm a cog. I'm a pebble in the wheel.
When you say the people there, it's a huge group, a very huge group.
It's we, and for that, it's almost tearful to say thank you for what you've done, and others in the room and others that aren't in here. I know how hard you guys work, so that's appreciated, and it will become in 20 years from now. They're going to go, boy, these people really didn't listen for a while, did they? So I like the idea that 20 years from now, you can be a point to point at.
Well,
that's
thank
what
you.
I like. You're welcome.
That means a lot, man. And I know that I say thank you for the whole group of us. It's
Kevin, it's rude to point at people.
Just me. What's this Parrot Bay crap, Patrick? How did you know what I was drinking tonight? How did you know it was a Parrot Bay night?
Because you're a girl.
Actually, it was Sailor Jerry.
That's a little bit better.
See, even Liana knows.
Bacardi 151 or go home, baby.
Or go home.
Well, it's actually better to do it at home so that you can stumble to your bed without getting a DUI.
Well, I was halfway down the hall when I looked and saw the message. I heard you say something about I should send him a link, and then all of a sudden, bing! I'm like, oh shit!
And dragged you back in, didn't he?
That's what you get for showing up into the chat room.
I just wanted to say you guys look great, man.
Yeah, at least I can walk a little bit better right now. So.
It's good to see you back and doing your thing, man.
He ain't no prettier, is he?
No. I did get my hair cut on Monday.
Good.
I actually got into the car and drove and got my hair cut all by myself.
Nice. Like an adult.
I was able to do I watered the yard today by myself. I didn't fall down and break my leg again.
Good.
Not using the crutch right now. If I go out if I were, I'm not going to go to the mall, but if I were to go to the mall where I was going to walk a lot, I would use the cane just to get the sympathy.
There was a cab driver I once knew that carried a cane to get tips. So there you go.
Who looks best in a suit? Me.
Oh, definitely Nick. He's so sexy.
Me.
With a suit. He's sexy without one. You should see him with one.
Peggy at e-cig source says, but who looks best in a suit?
Where's that at? YouTube?
It's in the chat room on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't do YouTube. I'll jump over there now.
Put your best suit on.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah. Well, no. Here is my iPad. Here is my phone.
Oh, because the chat.
Patrick, I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. I don't know.
I don't know. The chat should be on your screen for all sources.
It's not. Wait.
If you look on your tablet and say live chat on the right hand side of your screen, or live comments,
private chat. Oh, there they are! Holy shit!
Yeah.
Look at all them.
Now you might have to squint because you're depending on how big your tablet is, but
wow, it's huge. It's like holy shit! Awesome job, Nick. Thank you, Tom. Look at all these people. Holy shit!
See,
there people are talking about you and you didn't even know it.
Damn it! Yep. Look at that. That's crazy.
And you're supposed to be more techie. You do participate on a weekly show sometimes.
Yeah, but this is like that's Facebook Zoom or some shit. I don't know. Mike does that. I don't do that.
Yeah.
He just sends me a link like you just did. I don't.
Just do as you're told, don't you?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
So, this is funny here. Nerd Wallet has done an article this week called "How to Open a Vape Shop: The Step-by-Step Ultimate Guide."
Who?
Nerd Wallet.
It's an online magazine called Nerd Wallet.
Don't do any research.
Let's look and see if we agree with their ultimate guide. As professional, you'll tell us whether this is correct.
I agree with this district manager. This photograph of the district manager right out of the gate.
So it says, "How to open a vape shop: the step-by-step ultimate guide." Wondering how to open a vape shop? Our guide can help you start to learn about taxes, insurance, and regulations.
Oh, you got to send me this.
Oh, wow. So I'm gonna skip all this intro bullshit.
The first thing they're doing is talking about the Oxford fucking definition.
So how to open a vape shop in 6 steps. So we're gonna go here. Step 1: write a business plan.
Is that true, Nick? Is that what you should do? We're gonna defer to you. All right.
That's actually not a bad idea, because if you want to borrow money, you're gonna need this at the bank when you go to open your business.
We're all in agreement. That one's good.
Okay, I'm not even gonna read the stuff here. Register your business, get any licenses or permits.
Oh, excellent, outstanding idea.
That's also not stupid.
Good advice.
Okay, so it says account for startup costs, hardware, replacement coils, e-liquids, vape batteries, battery chargers, and vape juice.
Good idea.
That's not a complete list, though. That is.
Well, no.
You got your build out to deal with. You got all sorts of. Okay, get business insurance.
Errors and omissions do not count.
I cannot stress this enough. Get business insurance as much as you can.
Not just product, but liability as well.
Yes.
Oh my God, Nerd Wallet.
Step 5: get a business credit card, a business checking account. Well, duh. I mean, any business, you need that. You got to start an LLC. You got to have all that shit done. You got to have some sort of corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, get funding. I don't know if this is the proper order, but you definitely need that. That's a step.
Apply for a government loan. In fact, I suggest. Go ahead. Don't choke, Nick.
Don't use your own damn money.
Don't try to do a was that thing where people go online and ask for money? Was that called?
GoFundMe?
Yeah. Oh, I actually saw somebody do a GoFundMe to open a vape shop like a year ago. And I was like,
even beyond the industry risk factor. Go ahead. Keep going. Is that it?
How to start a vape shop online. Well,
what year is this? 2012?
This is brand new. Let's see. Let's scroll back up. When was this? October. Oh no, it's not new.
Oh, it's still too far. They didn't even think about what they were talking about, did they?
How to start a vape shop online? Well, easy. You don't.
Well, there is a bottom line. There's a bottom line.
It says don't.
It's red, but it's if you're determined, we encourage you to do it.
You'll encounter challenges.
At many turns, prohibitive excise tax, strict FDA regulation, competition from online sellers, not anymore, and traditional nicotine vendors, and trouble securing funding can all put your vaping startup at risk. So,
well, if you're armed with a ton of research, it just said so.
So, for example, a few years ago, there was a company called Prohibition.
Yes.
I have a Prohibition. I have several, but this is right here in my hand. And they decided to go out of business while they were on top. Mm-hmm. Like before all this bad stuff started happening, they said, you know what, we're at where we need to be. We're going to close the business down. We're going to sell it off, and we're going to go away and live on a beach in somewhere. And a very smart guy that I know in the industry, who's well established and probably one of the smartest guys in vaping that I know, Mike Morgan from House of Hybrids, wanted to buy Prohibition. And this is in 2017. Well, he had the money. Like he said, I have the money to do it, but it will cost me I have to put everything I have into the business. So I would much rather bring in a couple other investors so that I can not put like my entire life savings on the line. And initially everything looked good, like it was going to happen. And then FDA announced stuff and everything started getting kind of scary looking, and all of his investors dropped out. So the thing is even when you have a sweetheart deal, like this would have been a sweet, you know, he would have been really the only American manufacturer of these products. Especially not if you throw out mech mods, and like this would have been, and like, even though it was a sweetheart deal and they know they could have probably doubled their money in a very short amount of time, it's scary when you're in an industry that's so
regulated more than the tobacco companies. Yes.
No, I don't even want to say regulated. It's volatile. The public, talk about what people think about vaping and the people that vape constantly on the show, and we don't have the best image to the general public. Right. And when, talking about money and investors and bringing in non-vapey people to give us money to make vapey stuff, it's scary for them. They see a report on TV that says that, vaping is more addictive than heroin, or that there's this new trend in this would have been in 2017, this new trend called dripping that's like freebasing. Mm-hmm. And that I'm using the word freebasing in this usage, like freebasing cocaine, or heroin. Because that's what Time Magazine said. Yep. Was that dripping was this new thing, and they compared it to freebasing.
Yeah, and the picture was like this. Was that the one? The picture was upside down with Dale Mantley.
I can't remember now, but that was it was in 17. So, I mean, new people don't realize that they've been dragging us through the fucking mud since 2014.
Right.
It's just that they've been throwing so much stuff that eventually the perfect storm happened, and the E-Valley thing hit, and that didn't, that gave them the perfect opportunity, because even though they knew the truth, and they knew
great,
we have all the evidence in the world to show that they knew about it before it actually hit. And then, that really fucked everybody over for about 6-8 months, dropped the industry down the gutter. And then COVID happened and made it even worse. So, it is what it is. There's no fucking money to fight for the industry anymore because half the players disappeared. People are bitching and moaning. Nick, I talked about this last week, but you were in the conversation. You were one of the people in the conversation. So I saw VTA posted on Facebook like a week and a half ago, and people dogpiled. I kept seeing people saying, well, where did all the money go? You took all the money, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, bitches. For one thing, You weren't even a fucking member of VTA. You never paid your fucking dues. Most of the states that were affiliate members were part of the 50 state initiative, and we paid your fucking dues. So what are you bitching about? Where's all the money? Because it wasn't your fucking money. I mean, I know that some states, because the 50 state initiative dropped off last year and it didn't happen. And some states actually did pay some dues this year, but half of them didn't. And then half of their big check members, the top tier members, dropped out. There was no fucking money.
Closed system guys left, and that was the beginning of the end as far as funding went. A lot of people don't understand what it takes to run an organization. Ours, state orgs typically don't get paid, but at the federal level, they need to, because it's a full-time gig, man, and it's a lot of work.
Well, this is what I always tell everybody about hiring representation. Everybody's like, well, are they a vapor? It doesn't matter if they're a vapor. It's what can they do for you? These are employees. Tony Abood was not a vapor. Tony Abood was a fucking employee. He wasn't there. I mean, obviously, I think he supported the technology. I think he believes in the technology.
Of course.
But he was a fucking shark that we hired to do a job. I shouldn't say we, because I'm not in the industry and I never gave him $1, but
I got to see it firsthand in the state when nothing was happening until we hired somebody outside. The PR guys, the marketing guys, the extra lobbying team, when we had to lobby the governor, our lobby team couldn't do it. And I've gone over this 100 times. You got to get outside the bubble, and we're not going to ever be able to do it with a vapor. We can prove that. Now you can get a little step in the direction to get some ears, but we're never going to get to that next level until we all band together, fund it at a federal level, and get somebody like a shark, to your terminology, and get it done. And none of that money was just pissed away. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that money was spent on doing good for the industry. Okay, I don't think any of it went to a bad spot, and I never want it drives me crazy to see it. And it also drives me crazy to see people step up and go, where's the money? You don't have a right, in my opinion, to ask for that, to your point, because you're not part of that team, that game, right? I was, and our state was, and we never asked because we felt like there was work being done. Now, was it the work everybody wanted? I don't know, but work was being done. And there are so many good things that come out of it, up to and including that 50 state initiative that you discussed. 50 states got lobby efforts that never paid a dime.
Yep.
Never paid a dime, and they got a lobbyist. I had a lobbyist, and I paid. Here, I say we, the state.
Yeah, I mean, VTA gave you the option. They say, we're going to pay for you to have a lobbyist. We're going to pick them for you if we're paying for it.
Yep.
If you want to pay for your lobbyist, then we won't pay for one for you, and then you can pick whatever you want. I mean, that seems perfectly fair to me, because they have a better idea of what they need in each state, as far as I'm concerned.
They say we're guaranteeing you safety. Never.
No.
You can't.
They can't. My lobbyist can't say that. Our lobbyist can't say that, because there are no guarantees. We can try to fight it, but when you lose a state, it's all of a sudden, they took our money. No, they put a lobbyist there. They tried their best. Unfortunately, you got states like us and Tennessee and Ohio that have been going at it for years and years and years and years. We've developed those reports, and we still need additional efforts and funding to do that. So if you think that VTA is just going to give you a lobbyist for free, and you're going to turn the whole thing around and you're going to start winning and doing the right thing in your state, and everybody's just going to listen, it's not going to happen. You need that rapport. If you didn't want the lobbyist from VTA, you should have stood up and said you didn't want the lobbyist and go out and hire your own. Problem is nobody's going out and hiring their damn own. They took the freebie, they took the free ride, and when it came time to pay the dues, nobody paid it. They just said, thank you, see ya. Or they didn't even say thank you. They said, piss on you, thanks.
2 points.
Well, I've seen some people that I know for a fact benefited greatly from VTA. Suddenly, becoming the most critical anti-VTA people, and I'm just like,
yeah, don't even get me started on that shit, dude.
When the guys write the big fucking checks disappear.
Yeah.
When the Chinese manufacturers took their big checks and left, when the other guys that were at the top of that price range,
system guys, they were huge.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about people like EAS, people like Jewel, people like, I mean, these guys had FU money throwing it around.
Yeah. Jewel left because they got bought by Altria, and then they didn't,
Of course, but okay.
They were there for the 1 year.
Turning Point Brands. I mean, the list is long of people that walked out, closed the door, and walked away. Now, if you don't like it, then become a member or go out and do your own shit.
My 2 points. Number one, when you look at the body parts people, they have hundreds of satellite offices all over the country. Hundreds. They're funded really, really well by people like Bloomberg. They have probably 5,000 times the money that VTA ever had. 10,000 times. Who the fuck knows how much money they have to counter you guys? Point number two. And before I go to point number two, they're doing what you're doing on the opposite side with a lot more money and a lot more people. Period. Number two, if you don't like the way it's being done, go fucking do it yourself somewhere else, which is exactly what Nick just said. Period. You don't like the way I'm tweeting? Tweet something else.
I've been in the state capitol here. And walking in the the outside, the hallway outside chambers and stuff, and you see Altria, for example. They didn't have one lobbyist. They didn't have two lobbyists. They didn't have three lobbyists. They had 12 lobbyists.
Oh my God.
For the state of Texas. One company.
Four of them there. Four of those are there to do something, and the others are there to learn.
We have two for our entire industry in the state.
Yeah. So you go, and Safada's got their, Safada, Texas kicks ass. So Safada, Texas is here. They got one lobbyist. And then at the time, VTA was there and they had McGuire. So we had two lobbyists. Yep. Open, vape had two lobbyists. Now you're trying to negate the efforts of the 30 other lobbyists from Big Tobacco with two lobbyists. Now, VTA, I know for a fact, the last year that they were working in DC, they had two lobby firms. Not one, they had two lobby firms in DC working both sides of the aisle.
Good point, Peggy.
So, yeah, and not one lobbyist is wearing a pair of jeans. Actually, that's not necessary. Here in Texas, at least, that's not true. When I was at the VTA conference, Nick was there. Here in Austin, the last one that we had. Tony Abood came to me and introduced me to the lobbyist that they wanted to hire. And this guy was the Anheuser-Busch lobbyist. And this was before the bottom dropped out. And, this is when, this was 2 years ago. And I said, this is the guy you want. Well, between the time that Tony introduced me and I told Tony like an hour later, Jewel had stolen him. I mean,
oh, wow.
It was.
But was he wearing jeans?
Yes, he was wearing jeans.
That's the kind of people you want, right? Because they already have those relationships.
Oh yeah, no, you hire the Rolodex.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what when you're hiring a lobbyist. It's not how nice looking they are. It's not their personality that you may not like. It's who they know, and how many favors they are owed because that's what they're doing. You're hiring the power of the Rolodex, and he with the biggest Rolodex is the one that you want.
And it also needs to be noted that no organization, zero, is perfect because of funding and strategy. So whether it's VTA, FSFA, or any other organization out there, we don't have the actual footprint to cover everything. So if your focus is different, then don't be a part of that organization, but don't slam them. Just choose to go your direction and do what you got to do. Take care of business, but there's no need for the slamming going on. Like, you see some stuff and it just drives me crazy. Like, oh, they left us high and dry. No, they really didn't. You left yourself high and dry. Would you want free representation the whole time? That's not the way that works.
I think what it is a lot of these people believe in the Ronco business model of doing this job, the set it and forget it sort of thing. They want to just turn the timer on and walk away. And when it comes to like working on a state level, when you're a member of a national organization, the national organization is there to support you. They're not there to do the job for you.
Patrick, we were fortunate enough to be able to take care of a lot of the things here in the state, right? But we also know that being members of SFATA and VTA are crucial. If we ever need anything, of course we reach out to those people. I reach out and talk to Alex and Julie and everybody else, but that's on an as-needed basis. But I would never blame them for anything that passed in our state that was negatively impacting our industry. That's just not fair.
Nope.
And that's the difference. You just can't do that. Either you get your shit together, get an organization together, and be able to fight at your own little battle at the gate and call them if you need them, or shut the hell up. Don't depend on somebody to come in and save your ass for everything.
Yeah.
No, exactly. It's kind of silly to me that I see this. This is one of the reasons why I've not been on Facebook.
Where are we talking?
Because it's just toxic now.
Crazy right now.
I'm
gonna go kick my dog. You did it.
Don't do that. Go find your son-in-law or something.
Call him Patrick first if you do. But I don't suggest it.
But yeah, it seems silly to me that the people that I know that have been in the trenches, they lose. And instead of saying, you know what, we worked hard and we did the best we could and we didn't win, we're going to come back and fight next year or whatever. Well, God damn it. They fucking dropped us. They left us high and dry. They took all of our money and weren't there for us. They didn't come in and fight the fight that I should be fighting. And they're there in a support capacity.
Then you don't have support of the people, right? Then you don't have the support of those people that were supporting you in the past. And I'll tell you right now, VTA is still working. They're still doing stuff. It's just they don't have the membership that they need, and Tony's communicating to the members, and that's pretty much it. And
I think he's probably working for free.
He is, because he's gotten to the point where I'm not going to go out and put myself out there because people don't appreciate it, or they
don't understand
look at it negatively. So I'm just going to keep working, and whatever happens, happens. And that's just that organization. We got on the VTA conversation, but at some point, I just come out and talk. But
I talked about this last week, and I said the same things last week. It was disheartening to me to see all of the backbiting and all of these people that, when we were the vaping militia, there were people out there who were not members, who had never given us $1, screaming about the fucking money. And I said, I don't owe anybody, except for the people that gave me money, an explanation of where the money went. If you want to know where the money's going, pay your membership, become a member, and we will show you our expenses.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not a member, I don't owe you shit.
Right.
So, that usually shut them up.
Nowadays you try to say that, and it's like, what are you trying to hide? Then you start getting slammed, and everybody jumps on board, and it's like,
fuck them.
Come on.
Bandwagon.
Well,
it kind of drives you nuts, man. But I'm just glad that
we're already nuts.
After 3 years, I get to like take a breather now.
Yes, sir.
From the state stuff.
But you're the president next year, right?
No, I'm retiring, bro. I'm done.
Yeah, I don't believe that for one fucking second.
I'm tapping the hell out, dude.
I don't believe that
Somebody
for one second.
Just in good shape. Let him. Now's a good time.
He's staying home and he's kicking his dog. Leave him be.
He's gonna be the president of Florida Smoke Free next time.
He's gonna have a Florida room
I
full
turned
of
it down
drunk
last
bears.
time. JD was kind enough to take it, so I didn't have to.
Ex post facto.
You're consulting, Nick, right?
That's what I think I'm gonna do. Yeah.
From management to consult, like a kid. You gotta go from one to the other.
Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah. You need to keep doing it until your hair grows back.
They're tired of looking at me, dude.
You can show up
I
for
didn't
special
ask.
occasions.
I didn't ask. Did that meeting happen with the e-cigars?
Yeah.
And how well did they go over?
Unfriggin' believable. They are like begging for them.
There you go.
They love them, and we had quite a few naysayers going, no, it'll never work. Now they're like, can we get some more?
Nice.
Yeah.
So that helped. I mean, when you see people walking around going, wow, this is vapor. We didn't know it came in this form.
So these are cigar smokers who are understanding and experiencing e-vape.
They see what it's like to use.
Wow,
get
good.
The tobacco vibe.
Yeah.
That one brand that we have, and it's tobacco, like a cigar, original cigar flavor and grape.
Yeah.
And they're able to chill out and use it in their club there, and
Yep.
And it's everybody from lobbyists to staffers to legislators, and they're just excited about it. They're like, wow, this is vapor. It's like, yeah, how about that?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be that double stack 26650 ginormous dildo thing.
Yeah, or look like a USB drive or whatever you guys say today. It doesn't have to. It can be a cigar. How about it?
Nice.
So they got to feel it, and they're like, wow, this is really realistic. It's like, yeah.
Ed West wants to order some from you.
I was just going to say, Ed just made a comment.
Not from me.
Well, he can send you money, and you can buy them and send them as a person to person.
He can get them from a distro. I'll tag Ed with the distro. He knows who it is. You want me to say it or no?
I don't care.
I can say it. It's Smoking Vapor. Smoking Vapor. The contact is.
If he doesn't have a shop.
Ed West. He does.
No, he doesn't.
He's got a distro, doesn't he?
I don't think so.
No, you're thinking of Ed Goober in the West Coast. This is Ed West. He's just a vapor dude.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. 99% sure.
Look, you're making him rub his head. Look at you.
Well, that's why he doesn't have any hair, because he keeps rubbing it.
Well, Ed, if I told you who to ask for, what do you mean he never got back to you? He's saying he never got back to him. That's crazy.
Yeah, because he's a consumer.
Bill?
Bro.
Brah. Brah.
What's that mean? What's that even
Brah.
mean?
Brah.
No, he's a consumer. People don't give a shit.
But you gotta have like tax numbers and stuff, tax ID numbers and
Really?
yeah.
Okay.
To do it legally, you do.
Brah.
Brah.
Have you tried to order anything online?
Not from a distro.
How about from just a retailer, online store?
No.
Well, try it. It works fine.
Name of the distro again. E-Smoke Vapor or something.
Smoker. I'm getting it. Hold on, damn it. You guys are killing me.
Old people move slow.
Some old people move slower than other old people.
What the hell's this guy's name? I don't even fucking.
There's no resistance on your hair. What are you waiting on?
People aren't really chatting today.
I put it. I know
there was a whole shit. Amanda. There was a whole bunch of shit in there earlier.
Who?
It's just that there's only 12 people now. Everybody left because we brought Nick on, and everybody left.
You just ruined your show.
Oh,
that's all right. I don't care. I'm here for my fun. I'm not here for everybody else's fun.
Ed West. Damn it, I'm gonna find this guy.
I'm still trying to find somebody that's got a Joytech account to order me some e-rolls. Because I want to have that hand feel of Cigalike.
And Tom said he saw his
refillable. I find some Cigalikes too. I got customers wanting them.
Well, Joytech has a really cool one called an e-roll. I had one before, and it's the same size as a cigarette. It has a little tank, and it has a replaceable coil. And
I remember those.
Those are great. They come with a little case that you can recharge your battery in.
Yeah.
They're good, they have a new version out. It's not but I don't know anybody who has a Joytech account.
Peggy says, I'll send you some. Give me your address, Peggy. Are you referring to Ed?
Peggy would have to. I don't know Peggy on Facebook. That's really the only place I can.
I think she's talking to
me. I think she told me before that she had some in her store.
If she does,
she needs to hit me up on Facebook. On the Facebook. Because I can't do private chat on and I'm not throwing e-roll. A Joytech e-roll. E-roll.
Paul said he has a Joytech account.
All right, I got his name finally. Fuck, dude. That took forever. I'm sorry, ladies.
I don't know.
Okay.
Peggy I got to get Peggy on Facebook.
Bro.
She said, yes, we do.
Bro.
Paul said Paul has Peggy. A Joytech account, he said.
Peggy, send me some.
You got a Joytech account. You can order some.
I want to try it first. Tell Ed West I'm sending this right now.
Ed
Nick West, he's sending that to you right now.
Unlike Patrick, who won't send you stuff.
Yeah, Patrick's
I've never promised Ed West. Hey, before the show tonight, I was working on a new flavor, and to keep the names top secret, or not the names, but what's in it top secret. I called this one Pazuzu.
You're blurry again. What are you doing to yourself?
Pazuzu. That's only people that are horror movie fans would know what Pazuzu is.
Not a clue.
You have to watch The Exorcist, man.
I don't have to do shit.
Ed, if this guy doesn't return your call, tell him I told you to call him. If he doesn't return your call, tell me.
He said he got it. Nick.
Because
he got it.
Me and old Dad having a conversation.
No, I didn't taste it yet. Pazuzu I just made. It's only like a couple hours old.
Is that child appealing?
Pazuzu?
Mm-hmm.
It's an NC-17 movie, so I don't. The movie that name comes from is a horror movie, The Exorcist.
The Tic Tac Gallery.
Tic Tac Gallery. Who brought up Tic Tacs again? Paul has been silent. I don't think Paul is here.
He's banned from Facebook for some Tic Tac reason. Tom said he saw his first pipe vapor today. I've never seen one live. He was just so serene holding his pipe.
You've seen this one live.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't know if you've used it on the show, but
I have used it on the show.
I think it's cool that this industry can diversify and do what others also desire. That's all. So that's pretty cool. whether it's legal or not, I don't care at the moment.
Well, there's certain things that I enjoy a lot that are illegal in certain states. I mean,
what? Yeah, and Ed's also Costello on Twitter because he's old and he doesn't know who he is.
he's dementia. It's dementia.
Costello on Twitter.
He doesn't remember his own name.
Yeah.
I don't think Nick Orlando even knows what Twitter is.
He does know what Twitter is.
He's got like some teenager that's running his Twitter account for him, probably.
No, can't, dude. Look at it. You'll be able to know I'm doing it.
He's doing it.
The sentences are complete.
He's got better shit to do, but he doesn't.
Just share Kevin's shit. It helps.
Retweet.
Exactly. Oh, look, Kevin's being an asshole. Click. Click.
Retweet.
The reason you can't find Son of Liberty is because it's all one word. If you take the spaces out, it shows up perfectly every time.
Just like it's
because, well,
yeah,
I had Son of Liberty Radio. I had Son of Liberty Radio a long time. And then there is a militia sort of like, I don't want to say neo-Nazi, but, group called the Sons of Liberty on YouTube now. So sometimes I get people messing up and next thing you know, they're on my YouTube. And confuse the Sons of Liberty. Yes. The Sons of Liberty, the original Sons of Liberty, were a group of militant guys during the 1776, the Revolution, and they were the guys that were sort of militant. They would kidnap British soldiers and tie them to a tree and light the tree on fire and things like that. They were not the nicest guys in the world.
I'm going to shave this.
You're going to shave it?
What?
Yeah.
No, you can't shave it now.
This was just
you got to get it to the
session.
point where you can braid it. You got to keep letting it grow, man.
No,
You got
this
to
was
get
just for session.
You got to Bruniize it.
Because I
Have you
had
seen
to
Bruni?
look like the old man in the suit vaping.
Well, you're always going to be the old man
The bearded-
vaping, whether
I
you're
had
in a
to
suit
have
or
white
not.
Beard. They wanted me
Yeah.
to have a white beard.
We could get you a white wig, and then you could be the colonel.
Colonel
There
Cluck.
you go.
I could be Colonel Cluck.
You could be the colonel.
Colonel Cluck.
Kevin, are you
biker
currently tweeting right now?
Nope. I'm
No.
looking at. I know. I can.
Are you,
if
are
you
you
like.
tweaking?
It's
You're
when I
not
go.
Sometimes I think he is, but
When I go darker, I'm on the Twitter. When I'm lighter, you can't tell so much.
Kevin's tweaking.
how do we tell? You're
I'm tweaking.
kind of gingery anyway. So
Well, here's where I go to Twitter, so my face goes darker.
Hey, Ed, that was a good show. The Sons of Anarchy. That was a good show.
Yeah, Sons of Anarchy was good. That was a good
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
There's a second show, right? The Mayans.
What?
There's a second show by the same guys. It's just a different gang. The Mayans.
Is it good?
Edward James Olmos is one of the. Yeah, it's good.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm gonna check it out.
Now they're doing a Sons of Anarchy movie.
Dolores got me
Supposedly.
into that Queens of the South. Have you seen that?
No, what the hell is that?
Oh, you gotta watch
Is that like cross dressers and?
No,
Oh.
it's not like your fantasy. Just get in there and watch it. It's good. About cartel.
Hey, every once in a while, it's nice. It's nice to wear like silky women's clothing. It's,
All right.
it feels nice against the skin.
All right, I gotta go. It does.
I
but
draw
you
the
don't have
line
to
at the
wear it.
makeup, though.
You mean too much makeup or the makeup in general?
No, I have very sensitive skin. I
Do
break
you?
out.
All right. Well, then you should take something for that, and then you won't have to worry.
You're
Then
gonna
you
be
can wear
like
your makeup.
Caitlyn and run for governor.
No, because I don't live in California.
Oh yeah. You won't make it in Texas.
Not in Texas, no.
You gotta live in Cali.
Texas.
You can wear a dress and run for governor in Cali as a dude.
Hey, I would say, hey, I'd just go and say, look, I'm a guy. I still like girls, but women's clothing is much nicer on the skin.
Because you're wearing your little pearls.
I'm so pretty.
I want to clutch my pearls.
I think of you in women's clothes. I think of that dude on Silence of the Lambs. It puts the lotion on its skin, the friggin' freak.
Or it gets the hose again.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Puts the lotion in the basket. Dude was freaking.
You know what's really funny though is the actor that played that part is in he's dead now, but Ted Levine was his name. He's in like hundreds of things. And like the one thing that stands out is I used to watch Monk, the TV show Monk.
Yeah.
And he's Ted Levine is the head of the police in that show. He's like the guy that's always trying to get Adrian cases, and he's trying to always get him reinstated. He's like, yeah. And you look at him and go, is that the same guy? And you're like, yeah, that's the same guy. But yeah, he's in like literally hundreds of movies. As he's like one of those like actors that he's never the star. He's always like the guy right there that's always the grumpy boss or he played the serial killer guy once, but like everything else, he's like straight edge, sort of like the authority figure. And then it's weird that he played that character. Did I
mention that Kevin has a sexy pop filter? Did I tell you that?
Well, the pile pop filter that came with the microphone that
let me wiggle it around for you.
I bought that for him because it was so convenient. Everything was already in the box. It comes in a big plastic waterproof box.
Yeah.
That's where your sponsorship money went right there, buddy.
What's easy about this is it's one plug. I can't fuck it up. I love that.
And you don't have to have that nasty ass soundboard that always added extra static to the line.
I don't have a whole bunch of stuff.
I use the microphone on this iPad.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. For this, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Big Knowledge uses his phone, and it always sounds awful. But
Ed,
so what are you sending me? The Toronto Vapors are up in arms.
I just want to talk about this for a minute.
The CN Tower's latest campaign. Let me share this. Don't let Nick leave yet. Let's show this.
If it goes off, it wasn't me. I'm just saying that. Disclaimer.
You can see I've been buying knee braces because the ad here is a knee brace.
It's good to see your midget porn's not there anymore. Good. Toronto Vapors are up in arms because I don't even know what this thing is, this CN thing. They light up their thing.
It's like the Sky Needle.
Okay, so if it's pink for breast cancer, I get it. I'm all for that. Just save the titties, ladies. So they made it yellow. Yellow and what?
Nuto.
Tatas. So when you make it yellow and green or pink and blue or some bullshit, it's for Anti-Vaping Awareness Day. The world is still kind of on fire with COVID, and they're worried about yellow and black, I guess. Okay. For Anti-Vaping Day. And they were roasted pretty well on Twitter. Anyway, I just thought that would be a cute little thing for you to show because they're idiots, obviously, up in Canada. So I don't know who paid for it.
Well, I mean, it is in French. So
yeah, Canadian.
It wasn't French.
Canadian French.
Part of it is in French.
That's
Quebec.
Put up there. That's not French, is it?
This is French.
Will be lit yellow and black is not fucking French, bro.
No, the second half of the thing. Ce soir la tour CNN sera illuminée en juin et noir pour la journée de sensibilisation contre la vapotage.
That's what I said. Vapotage. That's vaping. Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. 236.
Country de vapotage.
Cool. What?
Yeah.
Contraire la vapotage.
We get with it, bro.
Contraire la vapotage is actually anti-vaping awareness day.
Why did Troop write, but it's ick? Silky, yeah. What's going on here? What?
I have no idea.
Why is this going so slow? We're talking about silky thongs and stuff. What the frig?
Liana's had girls and genuine silk face masks. So there you go.
Thongs.
What are you guys talking about?
I go commando, man.
They got roasted anyway on Twitter. So as you would imagine by most of those people. So
70 tweets is roasted?
70? No, they had like 236 comments.
Oh.
Oh, well, 70 replies at that moment of writing, probably. They had 200 and something on there.
Kevin,
so
why are you putting up Toronto stuff?
Where'd I what?
Hey, what's up with Toronto is people too.
It came across Vapors Digest, and I was just enamored.
That's just silly, isn't it? I mean,
how the fuck
all that?
Nick, don't be racist about our vaping friends from other countries, man.
I'm not. That's just silly that they would put that up there, an anti-vape campaign over a friggin' CN tower. That's a pretty big thing, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you people? Right.
Yeah, don't you have anything better to do?
No, they get paid. They get paid to change the light colors, dude.
Isn't like COVID still around or something?
Exactly.
Apparently not in Florida and Texas.
The world's still on fire, but we're going to ban menthol.
Speaking of Florida and Texas, I saw a vapey dude the other day, like bashing Florida because of their governor, because apparently he's a bro. And I was like, look, dude, you're in this business and you're bitching about Florida because you're like suddenly a communist or something. And you don't like him because he was a Trump dude. And, you know, he's still a decent governor. Oh, you know, I've seen people bashing on Florida because they never really closed everything down like other places. And, those people in Florida are going to die because, and I'm like, well, Texas really didn't close a whole lot of shit down. And, you know, our numbers are up and down just like every other place.
Yep.
And, you know, we opened up our vaccines for all ages way before other states have.
Right. And, you know, with Florida, the economy without travel was done. So DeSantis needed to make a decision to keep Florida like profitable in any way, or at least staying alive. I mean, with no hotel, motel, and restaurant hospitality and stuff, this place was done. Yeah. We went too long, and he's like, look, man, we got to do something.
You're a retired tourist state.
It worked out. I mean, a lot of people are backing him for his decision making with schools and stuff. He's done the right thing.
I mean, where is Florida on the COVID?
Nobody's right.
Where is Florida on the COVID chart?
I don't know. Pull it up. I got too much. I got my phone going and this going. I don't like having my laptop. I don't think it's that bad. They're actually having a Vaxi before vacay or Vakey Vaxi event where they're having a DJ spin records and stuff over in Tampa. They're giving free vaccines to the adolescents.
All right. Yeah, I'll just pull up the Johns Hopkins, you know, the thing that everybody always shows on like TV and stuff. We'll show that one here.
We don't even talk about COVID anymore.
Right.
Oh shit. I got my little battery thing on. 10%. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Okay.
I was gonna say
it took a minute.
Thought they cut us off the country for a minute.
Yeah.
So the hell with that. DeSantis is there. Cut them.
Yeah. Take California.
Let's show Florida. Let's just go over here to Florida. Oh, it won't let me just show Florida.
It won't? There it is right there, isn't it?
Well, these are no.
It's not Florida?
No, this is California. This is the Baja.
Oh. Baja. Those numbers are Baja?
No, these numbers are different counties across the United States. So Los Angeles County, so Maricopa County is in Arizona. Harris County is, I think, in Texas. Miami-Dade, Orange is California.
Miami-Dade's here.
Yeah, Miami. That's what I said. Florida.
Yeah, it's our highest number of people right there. But damn, so you can't pop the county in there?
Well, I can pop county. What county do you want?
Put in Hillsborough.
Broward County? Huh?
Yeah, Broward's a bad one. Go ahead, put Broward in. That's a high number.
Well, it's Brevard.
One of our highest.
No, it's actually pretty good.
It was one of our highest.
It's paler. It's paler. Now let's go to Broward. Now Broward's pretty red, but Miami-Dade is really bad. The darker reds are more dangerous.
Right.
So you got a couple deep reds.
Tampa, Clearwater area on the left.
Are you? What side of the bridge are you on?
Right there, where your arrow is. The other side.
You're on this side.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in Pinellas.
That's right.
Pinellas County.
How's that look?
Well, 82,046 confirmed per 100,000 population, but it's in the lighter pink color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you know what's funny? I never heard
funny?
about the friggin' flu in the last 6 months. What the hell's going on?
Me neither.
Well, there's no flu anymore, man.
COVID cured the flu. It cured youth access to vapor products. It cured everything.
No. Because we talked about a study where they were saying that something like what was it, Kevin? Like 4 million. There was something like 1,000 new vapors a week were being created during the COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
And I was like, how in the hell is this possible when all these kids are at fucking home?
It's not possible.
I mean, this is when they were homeschooling. And this is something that I predicted was going to happen. After a year of these kids staying at home doing school,
it's a miracle.
All the fucking school districts are now offering homeschooling next year. Like you can just voluntarily do, like they're going to stay at home now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the fewer kids that go to school, because how the federal money gets divvied up is based on the school the kids actually attending so many hours in person at school.
Mm-hmm.
So these fucking school districts are going to be at a loss when they're staying at home and they're not eating in the cafeteria.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a lot of scuttlebutt going on here, up to and including the teachers' unions and stuff that are choosing to stay out. But DeSantis is ending a lot of the unemployment stuff, so people are going to have to get back to work soon in Florida.
Yep.
And he gave all law enforcement and first responders a $1,000 bonus yesterday. That was kind of cool.
I saw that, yeah.
I mean, as an ex-law enforcement person, you would know the trials and tribulations of being a law enforcement officer. I know for a fact the people that I know that are cops and they don't have lots of fucking extra spendable money.
And now, if they're even employed, it's not enough friggin' money that they're getting paid to deal with this shit. I'll tell you that.
Nope.
Well, now you can't fucking pull anybody over anymore.
Right.
Get reprimanded, man. There's so much shit going on.
Yep.
Yeah, I was watching a thing now. If you're in an automobile accident and nobody's hurt, you're not supposed to call the police.
Move them to the side, exchange information, and get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
If you can.
If you can. If you can't, then you call, tow service, or you can call law enforcement.
Or cops are being told not to arrest people, and like, for example, for theft, unless it's like $1,000.
Yep. Felony. Crimes against people are what you're getting arrested for. Crimes against property is like,
yep.
You kind of turn their heads. You can't act as, the toughest thing is they have to go out and act on something in a split second, and sometimes, and then 12 people have a chance to decide whether they're guilty or not of being stupid over a course of months.
And there are always bad actors
Everything.
in any industry,
Absolutely.
in anything. Obviously, I don't want to get into the fucking excessive force, the Eric Garner bullshit.
Yeah.
The other guy, of course, yes, that was a awful situation. The cop should be punished for doing what he did. I know I'm not a cop, but I know you don't put a knee in somebody's back and cut off their airway for long periods of time. That was not done properly at all, and that guy should be in trouble. And that is what. There's no explanation. There's no excuse.
Nope.
That was wrong, and that guy should be fucking hammered for it. That's fine. But by and large, you count the number of and I don't want to go into a long diatribe about LEOs, but you count the number of law enforcement officers in the United States, and then you count the number of bad situations versus the number of people that are on the job protecting and serving. The vast majority of police officers are doing the job.
Yeah, there's 174,000 in our state. Just to have a number. I mean, 174,000 in Florida.
Yeah, and you probably quadruple that in California. Probably in the state of New York, there's probably as many in New York as there is in Florida. Because of New York City, they have probably the biggest police force in the Northeast, if not the United States. You were a cop in New York, right?
No, here.
Oh, I thought you were a cop in New York.
Parents were in New York. I was here.
Yeah. So, I don't want to go into a long argument about, there's a lot of people in vaping that are like, suddenly nearly communist that are going to fight me on this. But the vast majority of law enforcement officers are doing the job as best as they can.
Yes.
And that has a lot to do with long hours and short pay.
Yes.
When cops have to buy their own fucking bulletproof vests.
I had to buy my own bullets, man.
Well, there was a fucking here in just across the. I mean, obviously, the border of the United States and Mexico is very volatile. And there was a cop. He was like a county sheriff in Mexico. But he was a sheriff, and he had to buy all of his out of his own pocket the bullets for all of his officers. And the cartels found out that the situation, and like they took advantage of the situation. They fucking hammered those guys, and they ended up cutting that sheriff's head off.
Wow.
Yep. That's rough stuff, man.
So yeah, I mean,
I don't know that there's any other job out there. I guess you could say it about anything, but the risk is higher of you not coming home in that position than there is of any other position out there. I mean, firefighters, law enforcement, those two professions, man, you just never know if you're coming home.
No. Yeah. And they get paid shit.
Dude, I started at $8.10 an hour.
I don't even want to tell you what I make, and I'm guaranteed that if I do everything correctly, nobody's going to get hurt in me doing my job.
You're in control of your job, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that I drive a lot, I could be in a car accident, but I mean, I'm not going to get shot. I mean, odds are I'm not going to get shot, but
Yep. $8.10 an hour, man.
Wow.
Think back, I'm like, what? I wasn't too bright, I guess.
And I don't disagree with Ed on this at all. Stop the failed war on drugs, and much of the policing problem goes away. I do not disagree with you at all.
I do not either.
We were Cully. I think I talked about this on the show before, but one of the comments was that ATF is not going to put vaping on their priority list for enforcement. And I said, well, look, I said, most drugs investigations that ultimately end in arrest and prosecution take a long time for ATF. They have to They have to do undercover work a lot of times. They have to do stings. They have to do all sorts of stuff. They have to do buys. And all this takes time. You got to build your rapport with your dealer or whatever to get into the customer list or whatever you want to call it to become a trusted person. Whereas the vape shops are already all registered with ATF. They know where you're at. Those ATF officers, when they kick in your door, they don't have to fear that there's a guy on the other side of that door with an AK-47. They can do, 5 or 6, walking into the store and seeing what you got and writing citations in
with a lot less
no
resources.
Time flat.
A lot less resources as well.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know that we're not a top priority. I don't think that, obviously it's not important for them. They're not worried that we're selling drugs to kids or anything like that. But when it comes to putting numbers in the books,
they're going to go for the low hanging fruit.
They're going to go for literally, they don't have to worry about anybody. They don't even have to put their fucking bulletproof vests on to walk into the vape shop, see what you got on the shelf, make sure that you're compliant. If you're not, write a fucking ticket and go on to the next one. No time flat.
Yep.
So I don't know that I would be too comfortable because
I would even think that we're going to see the auditors versus the guys with the guns.
No, you're not.
The ones with
I
the
doubt
auditors, they'll be popping in and nailing your ass right there.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't want to get onto the minimum wage argument because that people don't realize, yes, an increased minimum wage is going to be good for certain people, but they also don't realize the effect that increasing the minimum wage is going to do to mom and pop businesses that have low. Everything's going to be more expensive. It has to be because they have to turn around and figure out a way to recoup any loss that they occur. So when people complain about going to McDonald's and spending $7.99 on a fucking value meal, you go to you raise the minimum wage to $15 in the United States. That $7.99 value meal becomes $12.99,
and it's still going to be the wrong damn order.
And yeah, you're still going to get pickles when you say no pickles. So yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get into it, Ed, but
that's a whole other show, Patrick.
Well, has nothing to do with vaping.
No. But if
I don't even want to talk about the fucking minimum
to an unreasonable amount, I'm going to have to work behind the counter and get rid of my staff. So, and that's going to be what it is.
Well, you can't do that because you only got how many stores you got now? 3?
5.
You got 5 stores. You can't work the counter in 5 stores.
Oh, we got family.
Put
me, Dolores, the son, the partner, Mike, and his wife, and we're good.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh well, Kevin keeps feeding me stuff
because you're hungry.
I'm down to 5% there, guys.
Ah,
yeah. You can go anytime.
Get a blue pill.
It goes off.
Hey, that's what I did last week.
Yeah.
Click.
Ed West says, "Don't you want to get into it?" Okay, flip the switch.
2 things.
Ed's monitoring.
Ed's monitoring. So let's go to a vapey thing or a nicotine thing here.
Fine, Karen.
So
I know. Go on. Just go on.
Here, let's see. The effects of transdermal nicotine delivery on cognitive outcomes, a meta-analysis.
This one's fresh. Literally fresh in the past 5 minutes to me. I literally go straight down to the bottom.
Now, this is a review. This is a meta-analysis of other studies.
Yep.
So they took 31 studies that had 978 combined.
Kind of like what Glance
subjects
has always done. Kind of the same thing.
Yes, this is a meta study. The meta-analysis showed that transdermal nicotine had statistically significant positive effects on attention and non-significant effects on memory, in healthy non-smoking adults. The results encourage further studies of the therapeutic potential of nicotine patches in disorders of cognition. So what you're saying is that Nick needs to buy a box of patches and stick them on his head to work on his memory.
Yeah, I like that.
And you know, there's a movie that came out last year called You Don't Know Nicotine. So that said, it's an important little study, important little analysis. So good night, Nick. We love you. I know you're going to die on us.
Nick, before you go, you know, I have made one intro video for these shows that we don't have guests that I've been playing every week. And, you know, the first thing that everybody sees is the YouTube banner, you know, showing the special thanks to our sponsors, the Vapors Depot and VOM Enterprises.
You did an amazing job on that, by the way.
Yeah, I did that all by myself. Look how awesome that looks.
I'm gonna.
You've done good. 5
Oh,
locations to serve you.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you an invoice.
That's fine.
Monday morning. Good night. See you Monday morning. You won't see me Monday morning.
Who? Oh,
Peggy says I'll see you Monday morning. She's talking to you, I guess.
Oh, we're doing. Yeah, we're probably doing the show this Monday. It'll be exciting.
The Monday 20.
The Monday 60.
Mike says to me, "Hey, I have this idea for doing like a 20-minute news show every Monday morning just to start the week off." And I'm like, "It's a good idea. Do it." It's only going to be quickies. It's only going to be 20 minutes, and we're in and out. And then he said, "I'm going to bring Nick and James on." I was like, "I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's your show." Bring in Nick and James. Next thing you know, it's like the Monday 60, then it's like the Monday 90, the Monday 120.
Well, we're bringing guests on. It started out with just me and James rapid fire, and then we started like, oh, let's bring on a guest from the state or Kassar or wherever, Alex or Aaron Bieber or whatever, and then forget it, man, because people got so many questions. I told Mike
every time I'm like, "Hey, Mike, come on my show for so we can push what you're doing." "Oh, I'm busy, man. I got so much to do." And then some weeks he's in the chat room for like an hour, and I'm like, "Dude, come on! I don't have anything set up. I gotta go."
You still got
you
the
guys
best
are all
voice.
technical. That's why. Me, I just grabbed the iPad or the phone or whatever, got my hand on and clicked the link, which tonight that shit didn't work.
It did. You're right there.
Well, I made it work because I copied and pasted it.
I've never tried it for my phone.
Oh, you're on an iPad.
Leanna says I graced her with my presence.
That's
How
right.
Sweet.
That's right.
Parlez-vous.
And is that Drop Bear speaking French?
He tried.
What the hell? Drop Bears, give it up.
It's not a drop. Is it a drop bear?
No. Paul was upstairs a while. If you scroll up, Paul was trying to be Frenchy in the chat a while ago.
Paul's trying to be all Pepe Le Pew over there.
I only know New Orleans French.
Pepe Le Paul.
Pepe Le Drop Bears.
I pick on my French Canadians all the time because like there's two places in on this side of the planet that are French colony places like New Orleans and Quebec. And you would not find two people from the same source that are so polar opposites. Like the French Canadians are like French people from France. Like they're snooty and kind of, and I'm not trying to hurt my French Canadians' feelings, but then you go to New Orleans and Cajun or Acadian or whatever, and they're like completely the opposite of the French. It's like French people from Paris versus like other parts of France are also that way. So the Parisians must went to Quebec, and then the country Frenchies that came to the United States must have went to Louisiana.
He said, Please send
it's
all
true.
questions, comments, and
I believe
complaints
you. I'm just learning something here.
Yeah. The Creole peoples. All right. Bye, Nick. Parrot Bay.
I'm not going anywhere. Till the phone dies.
You just spent like 5 minutes. My battery's gonna die. I'm gonna leave you guys.
That's
and
my
then,
phone. I turned off whatchamacallit, YouTube.
Oh, YouTube is memory expensive.
I got 2 minutes left on here though, or 2%. But
The wife is gonna come looking for you.
She's sleeping.
So Paul, she already left you. So Kevy Wevy sent us another link that we haven't talked about here.
Fear and loathing.
If y'all are getting serious, I'm leaving.
Well, we'll be seriously sarcastic. So fear and loathing, nicotine, tobacco, and obesity. Dialing up emotions about health can be very helpful, especially if the goal is to make good decisions and good policy. But today we have many examples of strong emotions getting in the way of clear thinking about public health. Face masks and vaccinations come to mind. Nicotine, tobacco, and obesity are also subjects that arouse strong feelings. These three subjects come together in a recent paper on the relationship between smoking, vaping, and BMI. That's not the airport in Baltimore, by the way, BMI. That's BWI.
Bass Modi. What is it? Bass?
Body mass index.
Mass index. I'm not even drinking and I can't say it. I don't know
body mass
say what
index.
It was. Yeah. It's weird.
So are they saying
everybody knows what a BMI is. Well, I mean, think about it, Nick. I mean, if you've been to vaping events and you've seen the vast majority of people walking around.
Please send all comments, questions, and complaints to
Mohammed Al-Khatani and colleagues found that e-cigarette use correlates with a lower BMI. Just as cigarette smoking does. This raises issues. Weight gain is a concern for many people who want to quit smoking. Some people use e-cigarettes because of concern about gaining weight. If they quit using nicotine, is this good or bad? The authors sidestep the issue. Results from the study should not be interpreted as warranting the use of e-cigarettes for its potential effects on weight. The weight between nicotine and body mass. Findings of Al-Khatani et al. Are not especially surprising. They looked at health records for 965 patients and confirmed that nicotine and tobacco researchers already knew smoking correlates with a lower BMI. Damn. But the reason for this study was to test the hypothesis that vaping would show a similar association, and the analysis confirmed this hypothesis. Both e-cigarettes and conventional tobacco use were inversely and significantly associated with BMI after controlling for age, sex, race, ethnicity, and educational attainment. Now, I will say that I know a lot of people that choose to quit smoking and start vaping also make other decisions in their life to become healthier. Mm-hmm. So I know a lot of guys that started vaping and quit smoking, and when they could breathe better, they started jogging. Mm-hmm. They started biking. They started exercising. They started hiking. They started lifting weights. They started doing all these things.
Climbing mountains.
Because they could breathe better.
Yeah. Correct.
So, yeah. Are you going to read some of this, Kevin, or am I going to read the whole damn thing, or are we done reading it?
We're done. But in the vast world of stupidity and goodness on both sides, in the 40s and 50s, doctors told women to smoke to lose weight. Now, did they know it was the nicotine? I don't know. They probably did, but who knows? So I had in my survey people that did that. Dr. Linda Bald, asked on Twitter 3, 4, 5 years ago about pregnancies and weight loss, both, because she wanted to do that. She wanted to see if that was something that was plausible. And I gave her some of my stuff. I'm noted in one of the studies, but the weight loss thing was a point that was taken from some of the people that took the survey. On the other hand, I've also heard and seen and read I've gained weight because everything tastes so damn good. So correlation. Is it true? Is it not true? Right. So, but
like I said, I know lots of guys that have made, or lots of guys and gals that have made a lot of healthy choices after they started vaping.
Absolutely. Which, I mean, if you're going to splurge and say Taco Bell tastes good, you do you. But a lot of people have also done that. So there you go.
I bet you Nick loves Taco Bell.
Ed gained volume. Hey, I got a $20 super chat from Ed.
Dude, that quesalupa, have you had that yet?
No.
I had McDonald's today for the first time in 10 years.
I literally live an hour and 20 minutes away from Mexico. And I live in a city where 65 to 70% of the restaurants are Mexican restaurants that are mom and pop, like real Mexican restaurants. And I can go through a drive-through and get like 2 massive like carne asada or carne guisada tacos
that they don't have at Taco Bell.
That are about the same price as 2 burritos or whatever you want to call them from Taco Bell. And 100 million times better. And I don't have to worry about going home and sitting on the toilet in like 20 minutes.
Quesalupa is so good.
We have a place called Pepitos here. It's a very local, very Mexican restaurant. It's actually a Mexican restaurant. And people have gone in there with me and gone, well, this ain't like Taco Bell. No, motherfucker, it's not. This is actually Mexican.
We got Poblanos. It's good here.
There's a Mexican chain. When I lived in Pennsylvania, it was a chain of sit-down Mexican restaurants, and it was called Chi-Chi's.
Okay, yeah. I've heard of them.
And they have them in a lot of different places.
Bye, Nick. We love you.
His battery died. And it was funny was when I came down here, I never took Spanish in school. I went to Catholic school, so I have like 6 years of Latin.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was working at the hospital my first time, one of the ladies that I was treating was like 4'8" and 350 pounds.
Right. Yeah.
And when we walk a patient or we transfer a patient, we put a belt around them to hold on to the belt. You don't grab their clothes. You don't lift them up by their waistband and their breeches because you're going to give them a nasty wedgie. And I put the gate belt around her waist and I cinched it. And when I did, she goes, "Oh, my chi-chis, my chi-chis." Mm-hmm. And I was like, what's going on? And the person that was with me grabbed the belt and loosened it. And I was like, what? She said, "You just squeezed her boobies." And it was down at her waist.
Save the tatas.
And I didn't realize that chi-chis was Spanish or Mexican slang for boobies.
Oh, we have so much to learn.
Oh, well, we have to thank Nick. Thanks, Nick. Bye, Nick. Nick's battery died.
Thanks, Nick. Bye, Nick.
Is that like adobo?
Oh, my goodness. And thanks for the super chat, Ed.
Adobo's Filipino.
I wouldn't have been able to tell you that if you told me it.
Well, my wife is Filipino, so that's one of like the 3 good Filipino dishes.
Yeah.
Like literally, if you ask somebody that's not Filipino what Filipino food they like, it's either they like lumpias, they like pancit, which is their version of lo mein. It's a pasta dish with vegetables, and adobo. Those are the 3 decent Filipino dishes. The rest of them are awful. And what's really, and I say this, and I my wife already knows this, so it's not like I'm speaking out of school, but I literally have traveled all over Asia. I lived in Japan. I love Japanese food. I love Chinese food. I love Thai food. I love Vietnamese food. Yeah. Of the Asian foods, Filipino is absolutely the worst Asian food.
Really?
I have friends I have a Vietnamese friend who owns a vape shop. Who's married to a Filipino girl, and he said I had to teach her how to cook because everything she cooked was awful because it was Filipino.
Oh,
I love my Filipino wife. I don't necessarily have to love their dishes.
Oh, Oh, is it spicy?
No, they put like their spice palette is so weird.
Low or weird? Okay.
Well, everything is kind of bland except for the fact that they put like 10 times as much garlic as what you wouldn't normally need in a dish, and big, huge, giant chunks of ginger, and everything. They have like fish soups, which is, I'm not a huge fish in a soup sort of guy. I love fish. I just don't want it in a soup.
Just clam chowder. That's your
perfectly way to ruin a good fish is to throw it in water and boil it.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm just not it's just not good. And then they put shrimp paste and everything, which stinks, like really bad. There's a scene. There's a TV show called Burn Notice. It was on USA for a long time. It was about like a spy who had been disavowed by the government, and there's a line at the beginning of the movie where he's in Africa, but he says, you can tell where you are based on the aromas and the pungent smells like coming when you're walking in, and he talks about shrimp paste.
Okay.
Century eggs is not a Filipino thing, Ed West. Century eggs is not a Filipino thing.
Well, he's divorcing you anyway.
No, it's fine. Century eggs is not Filipino. Salted eggs are. They have these nasty ass. They boil it and then they like soak the egg in like salt.
Yeah.
The boiled egg is like, and it's like the saltiest thing you've ever tasted.
Okay.
And then obviously, the balut, which is a duck egg, a fertilized duck egg.
Okay.
And they have different stages. So you can get a what they call a Pinoy, which is like a freshly fertilized duck egg, which doesn't really have an embryo. It hasn't formed yet. But then they have like a 14-day egg where the full duck is in there.
Wow. Okay.
And they boil it and then they eat it.
Huh.
And then there's, different stages. And when you're in the Philippines and, in our, where we go in the country home, and they have just people coming from the fish market, walking up and down the street selling fish, or whatever. And the lady walks by with a basket and she's like, balut, balut. And everybody comes running to buy these fucking boiled duck eggs. And some of them, like you look in you open the egg and you look in it, and like the whole egg, the whole duck is in there.
Right.
Feathers and all,
Wow.
It's gross.
Okay.
They eat them.
To you, it's gross.
It's gross. You wouldn't eat it. Hush.
Yeah.
I've just alienated all of the Filipino listeners.
See, I don't like that. That's not very nice of you. Ed's talking about divorce, so there you go.
Well, that's all right.
No, I don't like going too far out of my comfort zone. But Mexican, to me, when I go to the Mexican restaurant, all I say is whatever it is I order, mild, and then they shake their heads at me, and that's what I get. I don't get spice. No.
Oh no, I like spicy food. I mean,
and you're allowed. But
yes,
for me, it's just
that I need to take you. I need to take you to get curry.
Okay, is it hot and spicy?
It is.
Then I'll like you less.
I'm not gonna. Or we could go get sushi and I'll hand you the.
I would try sushi.
I think you would try sushi. There's different accoutrements that you must.
But this is like the deer
sauces and dipping things, and
if it's not palatable to me just the way it is, then I'm not going to eat it. But I'll try it. I would try it.
Well, there's nothing in there that you don't like. I don't imagine. I mean, there's fish. You like fish.
I like fish.
Fish is better.
Fish.
Shrimp. You like shrimp.
I love shrimp. Yeah.
There's avocado and carrot and celery.
Avocado, not so much. Celery, yeah, that's all right. I don't like healthy shit, But
Come on, man. You got to be
crab
with the times, man. Avocado toast is like the most popular thing with the hipster kids.
I've never had avocado that I can remember. I don't remember having it.
I eat an avocado every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. We always have about a dozen avocados in the refrigerator, and I just open them and slice them.
I hated broccoli as a kid because, you're a kid. And I called my mother one afternoon and I said, I just had the best broccoli ever from Kroger's or whatever. And she said, well, you never liked it.
Was it slathered in cheese?
No, was
it slathered in cheese?
It was steamed.
When I was a kid, I didn't realize that avocado didn't come with like cheese sauce on top, because that's the only way my mother knew how to make it.
Well, there you go.
And then, obviously you leave your mommy's home when you become an adult person, and you start going on your own, your own, and you go to a Chinese restaurant and you get beef and broccoli, and you're like, hey, there's no cheese sauce on this. What the hell? And you're like, this is awesome. I didn't realize that you could eat broccoli without cheese.
You're all grown up now. You can do
this is why I was like 230 pounds when I graduated high school, because
there's cheese. Yeah.
Your mom my mom put cheese on rice.
Why not? You can put sugar on rice. You can do anything you want.
I know, but like
guacamole, I don't like it, but cheese I do.
Why don't you like guacamole? It's tomato
I don't like tomato.
Avocado and peppers.
See, I'll eat tomato, but I don't like a tomato. It's a waste of.
Tomato's my favorite fruit, man.
No. It's got nicotine in it. I'm scared of it. That's why.
You're scared?
Yeah, but I'm all grown up now. I like broccoli.
We should invite Tom or Ed or somebody on at some point.
I'd love to have Ed on, because I don't
know what I would say to Ed in person, because I wouldn't be nearly as mean to him in person as I am to him, and I pick on him too much.
I would love to pick on Ed in a live setting. Ed's like really, really, really way smarter than me.
I always thought that Ed was Durosig.
The fuck does that mean? Durosick? Is that what you just said?
Durosig is another Twitter and YouTube guy who would always watch. I always thought they were the same person.
No, Ed is like 8 people. He's got like 8 personalities or something. I know. He scares me.
He's gotten older now, and every time he gets another 20 years, he divides into another person. He, adds another personality.
He said, "Do it." She said, "Do it." I want to see Ed. Ed, you got to come on. Why not?
It would be a disappointment because his profile picture is Sean Connery, and I don't think anybody believes that he looks like Sean Connery.
I bet he does. Takes super chat back.
He takes his super chat back so he can buy a camera and a microphone. And Duro is a strange guy. Yes, I always thought you guys were the same guy.
Oh my god.
Yes,
he changed his name.
It was Pinot Lover for a while.
Yeah. And you don't really, you forget, and you don't see somebody for a little while, and Jake.
And then you see him, and he's Castello on some tweets, and you're like, what the hell?
Jake, who does I've shared our poison control numbers on occasion here. Hadn't heard from him in a little while, and I don't think he put up the latest numbers, and he just popped in my head, so I checked on Jake. But Ed is another one that he's kind of there, but where did he go? And then he's back, and then he runs off, and then he's back again. So smart guy. He's got a lot of links too, actually, I think, more than he shares sometimes. We'll talk about that with him.
Well, you got to buy a camera and a microphone, apparently.
He just took my super chat back. Yes, Jake Jacobson. Yes.
I know Jake Jacobson. He used to run my website.
Nuh-uh.
He did. He ran the Smoke Free Radio website.
No shit. Let's have Jake
Jake
on.
Is fun. Have you never seen? I've got
Jake.
pictures of me and Jake together.
I don't know if how the fuck am I supposed to know it's Jake Jacobson? I think he looks like a fighter pilot in his Twitter thing, and he's been.
Well, quiet. I mean, Jake is like 100 years old.
No, he's not. He's like 60. He told me a while back, 62, I think.
Well, he looks 100.
Well, good. You got that on record. Jake is another one I would love to talk to.
Let me see. I've got a picture of me and Demi and Jake here, right here. Yeah, let me share it.
Good.
He doesn't look 100, but he that's Jake right there.
Well, there. See? There you go.
Yeah.
In 2017. Good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the man, the myth, the legend is what Ed put on. And exactly. Because I don't see him a whole lot. And when he pops up, he'll smack. Jake is almost as old as me. Let's see.
Nobody but Methuselah is almost as old as you.
Let me do my math. 100 minus 70. It's decades older, Ed. I thought you were like 106. You can still type though. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Jake stepped back. I guess maybe that's what it is. But
well, I mean, he's
another one I admire. I admire the guy.
He's got degenerative changes due to age.
Yeah. So some of the older, not necessarily old in age, but the older people who've had the experience. I'm hitting it around 2014 and just going crazy on Twitter, realizing how much people are lying about this product. And some of the older guys like Ed, like Jake, and Jim and a few others would correct me if I was wrong, and that was appreciated,
all the time.
I look stupid as it is. I didn't need to be stupider, so they helped me out, or they gave me a link, or they told me, don't do that,
Stupid is as stupid does.
That's untrue, things like that. So, oh yeah, and I'm stupid as stupid does. Morphed with Sean Connery. Wiser. That's a good word. Wiser. Patrick is old. Ed is wise. There you go. Experience.
Oh, yeah. This is. I'm glancing through pictures on my profile on Facebook.
Are you pretty?
and
who's that?
That's
not
Demetrius. I'm in the picture.
I see your stupid ass.
This is Demetrius and Jennifer, Texas Tunes Lady, and there I am in the background photo bombing.
Photo fucking bombing, you goofball.
I am most definitely a goofball. But guess what? There's Tom.
There's Tom. Look at Tom.
Good. Are you pretty? No.
That was good. Oh my god!
I can hear myself.
Yeah, me too.
There's another bald vapor.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello, sir.
No, sir's here, mate.
So, are you technically a drop bear, or are you up in Nova Scotia?
No, I'm a Kiwi.
He's a Kiwi. We always pick on him that he's an Aussie, but he's really a Kiwi.
Yes.
So, Tom,
just as good looking.
How bad is your arthritis?
Good enough to keep me on disability for another 3 months when I go onto the superannuation scheme here.
I just see your hands, and that makes my hands hurt.
Yeah, pretty swollen. I've got that what's it called, Duperie's contraction as well.
So Tom,
yeah.
How bad is your arthritis?
Yeah.
Do I respond to you here or on the TV?
Here, you probably could turn the TV down.
Okay, hang on.
I just see your hands, and that makes me.
Yep, done.
Yeah, mucho más mejor.
Gracias.
So how are you doing, Tom?
Yeah, pretty good for an old fella of nearly 65.
There you go. We've been talking about old people.
You're almost Kevin's age.
Oh, he's still in his 50s.
Close. I'm just a kid, right?
Well, if that's how you feel,
it is.
So
good man. The only way to go, mate.
Yep.
Tom, you're in the business in New Zealand, right?
What business?
The vaping business. I thought you were.
No. I'm a consumer and I'm a moderator on a couple of sites.
Oh,
good enough.
For some reason, I had it in my head that you were industry.
Well, I am I buy lots of juice to stick in the freezer.
Well, you can at least buy it with nicotine there, right?
Oh yes, we've got none of those silly restrictions here yet.
No trouble's good.
But we have new regulations coming out. What are we? We're April. In about the next 4 or 6 weeks, and there's a wee bit of consternation within the vaping community that there may be some bad decisions made by government who are looking for a smoke-free New Zealand by 2025.
Their definition of smoke-free is like what?
5%,
15% or 5% or something.
5%.
Yeah.
But they really just haven't consulted properly with not so much with industry, but with vaping community advocacy or people who actually vape to see what they want. They haven't taken into consideration our indigenous population, who tend to be what do they call them? LMICs.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not looking forward to probably a good conclusion, or not the conclusion that we would like, which would allow smoke-free 2025.
I think a lot of times these expectations, like 5%, what's the current smoking rate in New Zealand?
Overall, I don't know what the exact figure is, but I would have to say under 15%. But with our indigenous population, and certainly in certain geographical areas, it's probably about 25 or 30%, and even worse with our wahine or our female local indigenous population, it's higher. But
yes,
because it's such an isolated area, it's going to cause problems if they really stick to their guns and want to get rid of internet purchasing, because there are no local brick and mortar stores.
Right.
And there's also the problem that a lot of people will be income deprived, won't have credit cards, can't order online, and if the government remove flavours, certainly by geographic area, there's just going to be a reversion to combustible tobacco.
Because they can get them anywhere.
Sorry,
I said they can get combustible cigarettes anywhere.
Yeah.
And are they also trying to do the reduced nicotine cigarettes as well, Tom? Right.
Yep. Oh, tell me about it.
Yep. I saw Dr. Glover mention that about a week or so ago.
Yeah. No, they're looking at going from 16. I have to get the thingies right. 16 milligrams for a cigarette, and they want to bang it back down to 0.4 milligrams.
4 or 5, yeah. And the indigenous people won't even know that probably. And they won't.
They will when they buy the first pack of reduced nicotine, and they'll think, "Oh, what the hell's going on here?
What?
That doesn't like anything. I'll have to have 2 more to make up for that." They just haven't listened so much, not so much to industry, but maybe more so much as not listening to consumers and now consumer advocates who've done such an awesome job trying to get the message through.
Right. Yep.
Well, I mean, they've put their hands on the side of their head, covered their ears, and go la 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 la. They don't want to listen.
No, they've got no hands and they've got no ears. I dread to think where this is coming from, but somebody keeps mentioning Glance's visit here. Was it last year or the year before last?
It was before COVID.
I'm wondering whether some of his and Blam Blam's poisonous white bags have arrived here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know that he was there in 2019.
Yeah.
In October of 2019, because I played the video clip of him on New Zealand TV.
Yep.
In 2019, so I know he was there. And my feeling on the matter is that he probably took a commuter plane and went over to Australia at the same time. Maybe didn't have any TV interviews, but a lot of the same crap that he's been regurgitating for years has suddenly been coming out of Mike Hunt's mouth.
I will leave that for you to express. You were very good there. Absolutely. Absolute idiot, killing his own people. I have no what's the word I want? Sympathy is probably not the right word. But
respect.
These health ministers worldwide who think they know best aren't listening to people who can A, read the science, and B, understand the science, and think, well, prohibition, price increases just don't work.
Nope.
It's so frustrating. It brings me to tears some days, just seeing somebody else going through the same old stupid crap again.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I think we've talked about it ad nauseum. I mean, when Dr. Glover was on the show, we read stories from her website of people having the discussion when things are more expensive and they have to choose between paying their heating bill or buying cigarettes. They're going to buy cigarettes.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if it's more expensive or not.
Yeah, it's scary. It's frightening. But if you're living up in Northland in isolation, in a deprivated area where there is no work, you're reliant on social welfare payments, and they don't work because they're far too low. But that's another argument. And you have a dependency, because I don't like the word addiction when it comes to nicotine. But you've got I don't know what, 4 or 5 choices. You have to either pay the rent, the power bill, your internet bill, food on the table for you and your kids, or your nicotine and tobacco to keep you sane. It's a shocking situation to be in. I'm so glad I'm I suppose middle class middle class white, not living in that situation. That's horrific. I don't know how I'd cope.
Yep.
I mean, there were plenty of times before I realized that I needed to be a functioning member of society, and I worked minimum wage jobs, and I had to choose between whether I was going to eat or smoke. I 9 times out of 10 would choose smoke.
Yep. And I noticed during the stream, somebody brought up the fact that the minimum wage it's probably by state, and I'm not sure who said it, but I think it might have been Texas is $8 an hour.
Yeah, something like that.
And here ours is 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we also have a different concept too, where a living wage you can't live on of 21. Minimum wage of 21 you can't live on. We have another concept called I'm getting all confused. Hang on. We have a minimum wage of 21 and a living wage of about $22.50. And the government is working hard to make sure that all government employees or contractors are on the $22.50 or whatever it is.
So minimum wage is $7.25.
How do you survive on that?
That's the federal minimum wage. Well, I mean, most
jobs.
See, the thing is that the argument is that minimum wage was designed initially to offer kids that live at home with that protections, so that when they took a job, they, when I started working, it was $3.25. That's a long time ago, but when I started legally working, I was working before that as a, cash. I was making $20 a week. But $3.25 was the minimum wage when I started working. But obviously, as you age and you develop skills and you go either to a trade school or to college or something, you're supposedly supposed to advance. The problem is that a lot of people either feel like they don't have the opportunity to go to college, which is not necessarily true. It's just that they've been told that for so long, they don't realize that that there are educational opportunities for almost everyone in the country. It's just that they either don't have good counselors in schools that get them into the right programs, which is a failure of the education system. But really, there's education money left on the table at the end of every year that doesn't get taken because people don't realize that they can actually get a Pell Grant. They can actually get financial money, free money to go to school that they don't realize it exists because nobody's ever told them, or they've heard so many times that, well, people from our neighborhood can't go or whatever.
You can't do that, right?
But there really is plenty of educational opportunity. It's just that people aren't aware of it. The government doesn't really push it. The guidance counselors and the people that work in schools that their job is to counsel these kids on advancing afterwards. So, we do have people that are 35 and 40 years old working at jobs, minimum wage jobs that aren't designed to be careers. Working at McDonald's for 95% of the people that work at McDonald's, there is no career path for them. That is not a career for 95% of the people that work there. They're going to be flipping burgers.
For the what's the word I'm looking for? The brighter, more clever kids who work there.
Well,
do McDonald's have their own college, or will they send you to college then to become a manager?
For the managers, yeah, but it's really a very small percentage of the people from every store can take that opportunity. So, but there are plenty of educational opportunities that people just don't, either they believe that they don't have the opportunity, or they've just heard so many times that, you're stuck where you are and there's no reason to try. So they don't try. So, yeah, it is what it is. Minimum wage is $7.25, which is awful. I actually believed a lot differently before I had my surgery this time, because I started getting the medical bills. And the vast majority of people that are employed for these huge companies like Walmart, like Amazon, like well, Amazon has just changed their tune recently, but these big box chain stores, they're only working 32 hours a week, because if they work more than 32 hours a week, the company actually has to offer them benefits. Yep. So those companies go out of their way to make sure that you're only scheduled for 32 hours so that they don't have to give you benefits. And that includes medical insurance. So, that's the problem with working for those types of businesses.
Yeah.
And, if you work in the agricultural industry, for example, if you work in farming, they also have an exclusion that they don't have to offer you insurance unless they have a certain number of employees. So there's different loopholes for these big companies. And I'm getting these hospital bills from this surgery going, I have insurance and this is costing me about $12,000. How is somebody that doesn't have insurance going to pay for this?
Absolutely. Well, they just have to hobble around with was yours an ACL?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my daughter's had 2, and she's probably going to have another one. But fortunately, we live in a country which believes in social medicine, so it's free. It might take a while.
I'm going to tell you this. If you've had one ACL, the odds are you're going to get a new one every 10 years.
Yes.
In my experience, this is my 4th one. So, yeah, my next one will be a total knee. So after they wouldn't give me a total knee. They said I'm too young to get it, because they're only rated for about 30 years. So if I get one now, then when I'm 80, I'll have to have another one.
But then you won't survive surgery, or you won't come out of the anesthetic, so you won't be eligible.
No, 80 is the sweet spot. Anything over 80, like 85, they won't do it anymore.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're trying to figure out a way, because they have to cut away more bone each time they add a new appliance in there as well. So,
yeah, I saw the video. It was pretty horrific.
Well, it's really funny because that, you blow it up on the screen the way it was when I showed it, and that looks huge. And really, the operative area that they're working on is a very small area. It's just, it looks so gross and huge because it's so those drill bits are tiny. I think 5 millimeter was the biggest bit. So, but yeah, I mean, it still hurts like hell. I'm not gonna lie. That first night after all the medicine wore out from the surgery, I was in the bed whimpering. My wife is laying in the bed. She's got to go to work the next morning. And she's elbowing me.
Shut up. Shut up.
I got to go to work. Quit making that sound. I'm like, it hurts.
Man,
I already took my pain pill. They gave me Tylenol. So,
So is that good stuff?
What, Tylenol?
Yeah.
It's acetaminophen. No,
we don't have. Oh, unless you've got another name for it, we don't have that.
It's just an over-the-counter. It's an over-the-counter headache. It's what I would take if I had a headache.
So it's like codeine, or
no? There's no. We're not allowed to have codeine. You have to have a prescription for that.
Oh yeah. No, I can get codeine from a doctor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Always make sure I've got a bottle or 2 here, just in case for the odd.
Yeah, if I take codeine, I'm going to sleep, dude.
Yeah.
Codeine always makes me go to sleep.
Some people react like that to it, and to me, it just does the job it's intended to, which is kill pain.
Well, it kills the pain, but it makes me go to sleep too.
Oh, well, that can be useful sometimes too.
Yeah. So, yeah. Amanda says, even with a job and insurance, most of us live paycheck to paycheck. There's no way in hell I can pay to have the medical procedures done that I need to have, let alone the normal copay and prescription costs for a normal doctor's appointment. And she's got a bachelor's degree. She's, college educated.
Yep. So am I. And do you know what it cost me to go and see the doctor?
$5.
19.
Well, 19. Well,
And prescriptions for the year? What's my drug bill from the chemist?
I don't know, $0.
No, it's $100. I have to
for a year. That's not bad.
No, cool. Anything over
which,
and above that, all free.
Yeah, like my prescriptions after the surgery. Well, I got them the day before the surgery, but the prescriptions that I was supposed to take, I had 2 antibiotics, the pain medicine, which was just acetaminophen, and an aspirin, a very high dose, like 325 milligram aspirin.
Right.
My prescriptions for this were only like $20.
Oh, that's cool.
But prescription coverage is usually not too bad if you're employed, if it's built into your employee coverage.
Right.
Depending on, now my wife, for example, has really good insurance, but she had a skin condition and went to the dermatologist, and they wrote her a prescription for a prescription ointment that she was supposed to put on the affected area.
Yeah.
And the tube of it comes in a tube, the tube was going to cost us $700 because the insurance company said that it wasn't covered because she was an adult, and that medicine is for a skin condition for younger people. So after you turn 18, they don't cover it. And I said, what? I said, her doctor prescribed it. And why wouldn't that be covered? And they said, well, because she's grown up, she's an adult, and that's for a skin condition that teenagers get. And I was like, it doesn't matter. The doctor prescribed it. Why wouldn't you cover it? So we ended up having to go back to the doctor and get a prescription for a pill that actually has a black box warning on it that it's so dangerous to take. So they wouldn't cover the topical cream, but they would cover the pill that theoretically could kill you.
Does that say BP sucks?
Well, it's yeah. Ed West says that 325 milligram is not a high dose of aspirin. It is when most of my patients take like a 30 milligram dose for heart problems, for a blood thinner. 325 milligrams in my book is pretty high.
Yep. Never mind. Cool. You're still here. She's still here. And I hope her skin condition improves.
This was when we were getting married.
Right.
And she wanted to look pretty for the pictures. So she took this pill that, like, when you take this pill, you have to sign an agreement saying that you will take the birth control pill and use a second prophylaxis just to guarantee that you will not have pregnancy, because it has a 100% chance of affecting the fetus.
Ooh, wow.
Just to have clear skin.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I'm like, what the hell? Or why are you taking this? And she says, because I want my pictures to be good.
Oh, well, it's her call. We've got nothing to do with the calls our ladies make, mate.
Yes, 81 milligram. I'm sorry, Ed. You're right. Ed, hey, everybody, write it down. Ed West was right. Once.
We've got you wrong at like 4, I think, now, so far.
For the year, that's not bad.
For the year. It's all right. And Leona mentioned earlier, Tom, that you advocate. So you do. We know you do.
No, we know he do. We know he does. He listens to our show.
I'm technically a moderator, but whenever I bump into people and the occasion is right, I'm a very vociferous advocator of our cause.
Yeah.
And he's well educated because he listens to our show every week.
And there you go.
Good excuse to start drinking early on the weekend.
We try to help any way we can.
That's our public service. I mean, don't drink like Chugga, though.
She's not a drinker.
She had 5 bottles of wine that night.
5? Are you sure?
She said that. She said afterwards that she found 5. There were 5 empty bottles of wine.
Oh, maybe
the next morning.
Tough going fishing the next day, probably, but that's all right.
It is. It'd be very tough.
You might fall out of your kayak.
That's right.
God forbid, up there with some of the wind conditions, it wouldn't be a good time to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not happy with the way you guys are going with the lower nicotine. Dr. Glover changed my mind a little bit on that, but she sees it's 0.05, so or 4.
Well,
whatever they're doing over there.
I think it was
What do you mean she changed her mind?
Yeah.
How did she change your mind, Kevin?
Because I think she understood that they're literally taking it away. There's not enough in there to do anything at all.
Well, I mean, when we had her on the show, she brought the science and said, "Hey, we have all of the evidence that shows that people that we gave these cigarettes to smoked those cigarettes and then went and bought regular cigarettes."
Right.
But then we had Dr. Charles Gardner on the show. Remember? Mm-hmm. Were you here when Chauncey was on?
Yes.
Yeah, you were here.
Yeah, for him I was.
And like he was supportive of reduced nicotine cigarettes or very low VLNs.
VLNs, yep.
So we had both sides of the argument almost back to back. I mean, she was on the show, and then like a week or two later, he was on the show.
Yeah.
So,
and her point to me, I think, was that it's another avenue. Like something else I don't like doesn't mean it won't work for someone else. But I think now that she's seeing what exactly it is that they're doing, it's a little different.
No, more options are always better than fewer options.
Right. So the option itself is good, but the option itself isn't good. Like completely removing regular and then only having these is not good. Right. You do know that the FDA in 2009 does have the ability to reduce tar, nicotine, and other additives. You do know that, right?
I know that they
have the power to do so, but
they have the power to do that, but they're only focusing on the nicotine.
Let's do that for now.
So, my argument was and always will be, if you're going to reduce something in cigarettes, reduce the thing that actually causes cancer and kills people.
No. And yes,
don't reduce the thing that people get enjoyment. The thing that has been proven time and time again not to cause deleterious effects.
Yeah.
Don't reduce that. Reduce the thing that actually kills people.
No, we're not going to do that. Not for now.
No.
They're also supposed to enforce the children from getting it, but that's
Well, I mean,
it's all silly.
They can say we wrote out we did a few sting sales and we wrote out a couple thousand warning letters last quarter.
Those are those modal verbs: can, could, might, may, should. Possible.
They will always say, well, we did some enforcement. We sent warning letters.
It's been shown.
Here's our proof.
Meanwhile, people in every country are going to go, what? So I think it's going to be a long, hard battle to do it. It probably will be within the next 5 or 10 years, but I don't think that the United States is going to do it right away. So, you do.
Let's see.
Their stock went up pretty good, though. They saw the menthol ban. They went, oh, we're next. And full-leaded smokes are going to be smuggled. Yes.
Yeah. No, they're going to go to the.
Everywhere.
They're going to go to the. People are going to go to the
cigarette guy, like Amanda just said. They're going to go to the cigarette.
No,
guy.
They're going to go to the casinos. They're going to go to the what's the word? Reservations. They're going to go to the reservations and buy, native spirits or whatever.
Yeah. American spirits. You know that's the same company, right? They make those too.
What?
American. I think it's American Spirits they own. They make the
Who's
highest
they?
nicotine cigarette, 22nd century. They make those, and now they're going to make the lowest.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. $100 million. $100 million. More than $100 million they've spent to lower nicotine.
So FDA sent out letters.
Yes, they did. Yes.
To Juul for more information on their PMTAs. They sent out documents to Aspire, Joytech, Vaporesso, and Vupu for more information on their PMTAs.
Mm-hmm. I think they sent some warning letters too.
They sent warning letters to a bunch of different people.
Yeah.
For
it's not on the market.
Adulterated
or
illegally marketed products.
Yeah.
I've never seen a single step beyond that.
Not yet.
No actual enforcement activity other than a warning letter.
Not that I knew of, no.
Not that I've not seen. And I know people that received. I think Tom muted himself and doesn't know how to unmute himself now. Here, let's see if I can unmute you.
Done.
Nope,
there you go.
So how does this reservation thing work?
What? So in the United States, we have Native Americans or indigenous peoples that have been granted, because we stole their whole fucking country, essentially. We've sort of pushed them onto reservations where they can live, and our treaties with those tribes allow them autonomy inside of the reservation. So they have, if your casino or if your reservation is in a state that doesn't have legal gambling, for example, they've built casinos on the reservations. But they also can sell cigarettes and manufacture cigarettes and sell cigarettes on the reservation without collecting federal taxes because they're autonomous.
Here's a cookie is what it is.
And, you know, so people go to the reservation for cigarettes, cheaper cigarettes. They go and gamble a little bit and then they come home.
Okay.
And you can have legally, there's like you're allowed to have 2 cartons of unstamped because they don't have a tax stamp. So American cigarettes, I don't have a pack to show you, but on the bottom there's a colored stamp that says these have been taxed
by the state.
By the state. So each state has their own stamp. But you can actually buy cigarettes on the reservation that don't have that stamp on the bottom. So, yeah, people do that. People that live near, Indian reservations do that, at least. I think the nearest one for me is like 3-hour drive, something like that.
So it's probably not worth the aggro.
Not unless, you were going to buy like cartons and cartons and cartons. Because when I lived in Pennsylvania, we would go and buy like 50 cartons and sell them for a good profit.
Mm-hmm.
And still be cheaper than what they sell them in the C-stores.
Yep. Oh, way to do it.
I haven't looked. What does a pack of cigarettes cost here in
in
Texas? No, they're, nothing like that here. Pack of cigarettes, Texas.
Ohio's about $7.40, I think, now. Kids are paying.
I think $6.65 a pack in Texas.
That's with
the exchange rate. It's probably about $10 a pack here, and we're paying $35.
And that's a pack of 20.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's about $120 now for a 50 gram of roll your own tobacco, filters and papers.
Wow.
And it cost me probably $4 a week in e-juice.
Yep.
So where do you go?
Yeah. And you feel better.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I probably vape. Well, since I've not been working, since I've been home because I'm on disability right now, I've probably been vaping like 7 or 8 mils of e-liquid a day.
Oh, You're addicted. Now you're addicted. Oh boy, here we go.
Because I don't have to go to work, and when I'm at work, I don't vape.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been going through about a bottle every 4 days or 5 days now.
We didn't ask Tom. How did you come about vaping, Tom? How did it happen?
I will have to blame my employer at the time. He decided to change all the smoking rules at work, and I thought, "Fuck you, you bastard."
Yes.
And I rang my lawyer and said, "Can he do this?" And she said, "Well, not really. It's a major change in policy, and he needs to consult with the staff first." So I had him up about it, but he didn't want to go down that avenue, and I just couldn't afford to go back to the lawyer. So one day I was sitting outside with the other pariahs, the smokers and the vapors, and I suddenly realised, oh, hang on, table of about 12 people, and there's 2 or 3 smokers, and the rest are all vaping.
Mm-hmm.
And I started talking to them about, what are you doing? What does your implement cost, and how much juice do you use, and where do you buy your juice?
Yeah.
And I got fascinated with it, and then had the same conversation the next day, and I thought, I'm trying to save money to come over to the States to visit somebody, and I thought, well, instead of me spending $70 or $100 a week on tobacco, I'll go down this route. And I went to what we call a $2 shop here, and I got my first pen for $15, and because I was a menthol smoker at the time, I bought a 15 mil tube of 12 milligram menthol, and there was enough charge in the pen to get me through that night, and charged it up, and I haven't smoked a cigarette since, and that was 4 years ago.
Wow.
And I'm still vaping menthol, and I've got 5 liters in the freezer and about 25 implements to get me through when the price rise comes.
Yep. There you go. That's good.
Yeah.
Got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
Nice.
And I've managed to get about 3 or 4 people off tobacco and onto vaping.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them insist on tobacco as their liquid of choice, but
Yep.
if it keeps them off stinkies, I don't give a stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of a tradition Patrick started quite a while back. If a guest is on that we ask, we forgot to ask, I think. But
yeah, we did.
It's interesting because you're on the other side of the world having the same experience we're having on this side of the world. Isn't that neat?
I think it's awesome.
It is awesome. That's what Brianna said. So yeah.
It makes my wee vaping family here.
Yeah.
And then I've met all these absolutely amazing people online in New Zealand in our vaping family.
Yeah.
Who've been so supportive and caring, and if you've got a question, they will answer it. Somebody will answer it. And we all pitch in and help, like Nick was saying before.
Yeah.
It's not so much your advocates, it's getting behind them and helping.
Right.
And just not so much collecting money, because I haven't been involved in that, but just doing the right thing and kicking in and telling people to shut up when they don't know what they're talking about.
Yep.
I'm absolutely wrapped. Like I walk my dog every day when it's not raining, and for the first time in 4 years, coming home, I saw 2 school kids waiting for the school bus to take them to an out-of-town school. And I thought, oh, I know it's cold, but why is all that steam coming out of that girl's mouth? And then I saw the young lady pass something over to the guy. I thought, oh, I know what they're doing. So I missed them the last 2 days, but on Monday I'll have one of my vapes bouncing on the lanyard, and I'll walk down their side of the road and say, hey guys, I love what you're doing, but please, discreet clouds.
Yep.
You're illegal. Well, no, I don't think they are illegal. I think it's the purchase of said instruments and juice that's illegal. So they say, come on, keep the industry safe. Don't do yourselves any harm.
Yep. Here's why, and behave yourselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Within reason.
And if I had kids, I'd be buying them vape rather than having them smoking.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a controversial thing that I've said here on the show is, I'm not a parent that I know of, but if I was and I caught my kid smoking, I would definitely take them into my office here and hand them a vape.
Yep. Absolutely. So we know that less harmful by 95% is the way to go. So why wouldn't you do that?
Well, I mean, I started smoking when I was 12, and Kevin started smoking when he was 3, and you, I'm sure, started smoking when you were a youngster as well.
15. I smoked for 45 years.
I mean, it's obvious that to us, and apparently to the people that don't like us, that they didn't have a normal childhood, because every person that I know that smoked started when they were kids. Nobody made the decision when they were 21 years old to become a smoker.
I haven't met one.
I think Mike was older. I don't know for sure what his age was. Mike Peterson. I think he was.
Oh, he's weird though. I mean, Mike is weird.
Well,
yeah, I think I missed that.
We still love him. But
my father was 9 and lived in Vienna before the war, and his father caught him smoking what they call a Virginia. It's a very, very strong cigar that's probably about 6 or 8 inches long and has a straw through the middle. And he didn't get a hiding or anything, but he had to finish it. And he said he spewed his ring up. But he smoked till he was about 75 and had to stop because he had heart problems. But it wasn't the smoking that was killing him or that killed him in the end. It was when he got his feet caught in the sheets, getting out of bed and whacked his head on the floor and didn't come out of his coma.
Oh, man.
Yep. So mark that one down, not to tobacco.
Right.
Yeah, David Moyle says that he started when he was 21 after a friend died.
Okay, well, stress hits people differently.
Yeah.
That happens, yeah. I don't remember why Mike said he did either, but yeah, it was a little older.
His boyfriend probably broke up with him or something.
It's not as common, but it does happen. Like vapors that never smoked is very uncommon, but it happens, So.
Oh, I mean, I know it exists. Do I promote that? No, because one of the things that we have to prove on a PMTA is that we don't start new user initiation. So. We don't want that out into the world that people will take up vaping that haven't smoked, because that is actually counter to the PMTA.
Yep.
So, you know,
it's rare.
If I had a vape shop and somebody came in and said, dude, I'm either going to smoke or I'm going to vape, sell me a vape, I'm going to sell them a vape. I'm going to counsel them that it's not the smartest decision, but I would be remiss as a tobacco harm reductionist and say that I would tell them no, because if they're going to come in and they're going to say, hey, I need nicotine, and that means that I need it either as a cigarette or vaping. Well, of course I'm going to say, yeah, here's a vape. It's 95% safer.
Yep.
You know.
And what flavors do you like? Do you like tobacco? Oh, if he's a non-smoker, he won't know. So you put him on strawberry shortcake or menthol. Oh,
I'd have to have a staff member walk him through those flavors, because I'm a tobacco vapor. So I would say, hey, sell him some fruit, because I don't like the fruit, so I couldn't tell you which one was good and which one is bad, because I don't like them.
Yeah, that's the thing I find hypocritical is the wrong word, but I'm absolutely against the flavor ban, and here I am for the last 4 years. I've been vaping menthol and have absolutely no desire whatsoever to change. I just enjoy it so much.
You'd be in trouble here. The FDA is working on a menthol ban.
Yes, they are.
That's why I've got 5 liters in the freezer.
Well, they don't like what you like, and they don't want you doing that here. So,
how dare you try to be independent and make decisions for yourself?
Exactly. And I'm white, so why should I like menthol?
Oh.
Yeah. See, I'm a tobacco guy, and I don't care so much about anything else. I've tried a few different flavors, but my wife, on the other hand, really likes her flavors. So on my surveys where they are talking about flavors, especially a couple of years ago, I answered my own questions honestly, and then I answered her questions because I wanted her to take the survey, only she wasn't going to do it. But she's huge on flavor, you know.
Okay. And yeah, it's strange. The last 2 people I've converted is the wrong word. I've helped make the jump. With my daughter and my dog's best friend's mum, and they love the pod concept absolutely, because it's so easy. They don't have to. Oh, who pushed that? Are we still going?
Yes, I'm just showing an octopus. He's shedding.
Hey,
is he on nicotine?
His skin. They shed their epidermis. Yeah.
Wow, I never knew that.
Me neither.
So is that what we get at the fish and chip shop? Battered?
Yes.
Oh,
well,
cool.
that size they wouldn't be very tasty.
No, I wouldn't. Oh, look at that!
Holy crap!
Well, you learn something every day.
Yep.
I love octopuses.
Tobacco is a flavor. Yes, it is, Ed.
Oh, what did I do?
Oh, you scared him.
I hit the wrong button. No, he's there. I hit the wrong button. I was showing the octopus.
Oh, yeah. My daughter and my other friend just love their tobacco. One chat.
Yeah.
So, there it goes. They're happy with what they're getting, so leave them to it.
Yeah. Patrick likes spicy crap, and I don't. Doesn't mean I don't like him, because I already don't.
It's not crap, sir.
I'd be quite happy to try one of Patrick's homemade
cigars.
Cigars. Yep.
You'll be waiting for years.
I'm not sending it to New Zealand.
That's legal.
That's too far away.
Too far.
I'll pay the postage.
The postage is evil.
The
postage is evil.
It's evil.
$6.
I'd have to send you all the different variations.
No, just something that you think.
Well, there's no menthol. There's no menthol in any of them.
but just something that you think a menthol vapor might appreciate.
Would you like whiskey?
When I was younger, now you're talking. when I was younger, I used to smoke Gitan, which is a very, very strong French cigarette. If that gives you any clues.
Well, the plum cigar.
Yep.
Is awesome.
That was going to be Nick's. He's using it now.
I actually need to make a second batch.
That one.
Then there's two versions of the cigar. It's just called the cigar.
Jennifer's is still full so far.
Well, there's 6 bottles of that aging.
Oh my god,
they're aging.
I don't think she was in here tonight. Actually, she's probably
she hasn't been. She's mad. She's boycotting us.
She likes you.
She's boycotting us, and
she's on the "we don't like Patrick" kick like me. There you go.
Well, I did call her old.
I know.
I did call her. I did say that the picture of her and her daughter. I called that her and her granddaughter.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're a brave man.
Patrick doesn't.
But the funny thing is anytime I jump into her Facebook and I say something about her being old, her sisters join in. They don't know me. But they're like, oh, I like this, so they just pile on.
It's a captive audience. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
We need a "I don't like Patrick" shirt.
I could make one. Did you see the picture that I put on screen a while ago?
Which picture?
Of me with the curlers in my hair.
No. You have hair?
Well, it was a filter. It was a filter.
Patrice.
And they're talking about banning filters here too.
They're going to ban filters. Well, then there you go.
Yeah. So my mom has one of those internet picture frames where you can, like, I can go on the internet and add it to her folder and it'll show up on her picture frame in Pennsylvania. So I added a whole bunch of pictures from like our garden of our plants and stuff. And then I put this one on her thing.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And she said, "Oh my God, what is that?"
I think we should have your mom on.
And my mom, I said, "Mom, that's a filter. It adds the makeup and the curlers." And she's like, "That looks real." And I was like, "No, Mom, I don't have hair that long." I'm getting feedback from Tom now.
Yeah, so I'm trying to set my phone up so I don't have to have my. There we go. So I don't have to put my finger there.
Oh. But now I can hear myself.
Oh, cool. Is that good?
I don't like to hear myself.
Oh, all right.
Echo.
Switch your mic off.
Maybe I'll just do this. I'll just drop him off the screen.
Oh, okay.
That's funny.
Oh, it's always fun to get a new person on the show.
Do you guys realize this is the highlight of my week? Waiting for Saturday after lunch nap to come on and listen and watch and enjoy.
Watch us be smart asses.
No,
you need to find some friends or something. We're pretty boring fellas.
Oh no, that's why I'm still here.
Love it. And Leanna just laughed.
Leanna's left. Well, we're down to like 9 people now.
Oh, and Dave said he was sorry he couldn't pop in on the way through town.
Well, we've been going 4 hours.
Due to family, something I can't see it.
Yeah. So Kevin and Tom, you guys get to decide. What do you want to say goodbye with tonight?
Let Tom go first.
Oh, thanks, Kevin. I'm so grateful for all you've done. Not so much for the industry, because I'm hearing all the problems that are going on, but just for providing the backup and enjoyment that certainly and I presume most of the other guys who were here earlier get from being able to relax from the difficulties that everybody's going through. It's just so good to go through a stressful week with parliamentary submissions and people going, oh, woe is the industry. But then we get to our Saturday afternoon, your Friday night, and all right, we've had a couple of drinks, or some of us have, and it's just so nice to sit down and relax with people who have the same interests and enjoy ourselves, and for which I'm extremely grateful. Thank you very much.
See, that's sweet. I'm grateful Patrick lets me come on and bullshit with him.
It'd be boring if it was only me.
I like it when I'm told I'm wrong. I like it when he's wrong. I like making sure we're all going to be right in the end, and I still don't like him no matter what matter. It doesn't matter. It's okay. We're grateful for you guys, and I say it most of the time. I love every damn one of you, whether I do or not. Doesn't matter. I do. You know, it's a family kind of thing. I'm from a big family, and not the biggest in the world, but 7 siblings. So you can do the math, and we're all close people with each other still to this day. And when we know things that are to be true, we're going to tell each other the truth. You know, whether we like it or not doesn't matter. You know, I don't like Patrick, and it doesn't matter. So we're going to tell you what we know. We're going to verify what we know. We're going to correct each other when we don't know, which we've both corrected each other surely over the past about a year. I think I've been with you.
It's been way longer than that.
Has it been long? Oh my God, it feels like it's been 20 years, but I want a divorce. The ability for us to do that and do it hopefully with humor at the same time, because I'm giggling like a schoolgirl half the time anyway. It gives us education. It gives us a foundation to look at. Dr. Glover's website or Carl, love him or hate him, Phillips, Jim, some of those guys that are just awesome people and trying to do what we do, most of them, regardless of what and who are in power say, we know better and they know better. So like Dr. Siegel tonight, I haven't heard from him in some time, so I was glad to see that he's still punching away. So that's what I like to see. And as consumers, we're fighting for those people that are in business, and from our crowd that we have, we always see that, and that's just going to reinforce what we're doing more than anything. We're not asking, we're not asking for kudos necessarily. It's nice to hear, but we're doing it because Nick on his own didn't do anything specifically. Nick has a team of people, and I get that. And he gives that credit quite a bit, which is why I made sure I corrected myself with it. Him and his team, you and I on a thread to correct somebody, whether it is or not, whether we've even done it or not, I don't know offhand. But if it's incorrect, we have to correct it. If it's 2 kids blowing clouds into little old ladies' faces, you got to correct that. Within reason. They can do that on their own, but not in public so much. At least when you guys are going through your pressures and we were going through ours, I don't mind cloud blowing. I don't do it, but I don't care if you do. Just do it in your own damn house, or in your own company of people who do it, at least until it's more acceptable. And even then, it's rude just to blow shit in people's face. You didn't do it when you smoked. Why are you doing it now? So that's my opinion. My editorial of that part of it. But I really do love every damn one of you except Ed, because he's old. I have a different opinion of Ed sometimes, and I'd love to see Ed on the show. So there
he's got to get a camera and a microphone. He said,
"I know. I'll send him my old one."
Oh, the mixing board is a nightmare.
I'll talk.
Just get him to use his cell phone. That's all I'm using now.
I wouldn't know how to do that. I tried
the same way.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Same.
I'm technically stupid on the other end. So
you're a Luddite.
Speak, young man. Younger.
Somebody knows their history.
I'm old. I remember them. I was around.
Yeah, and that was the Irish who smashed up all the looms.
He's going to get 2 turntables and a microphone.
Where it's at. So, we have a situation in the States where everything seems dire and negative and awful, and everything, the sky is falling and all this. And then, we see this week that Tennessee finished their legislative session and everything's good. Florida finished their legislative session. Everything's good. I see James Jarvis on Facebook posting that he testifying and everything looks good. So everything is not bad. Everything is not the sky is falling. It's not apocalyptic. It's not the end of the world. We are winning the small battles, preparing for the big one, for the big battles. We do have a federal vape tax somewhere in the bill limbo that could happen. It's got support from both parties. We've got other things going on. We've got FDA still looming on the horizon. The most important thing is, regardless of whether this big vape company is no longer in business, or this company is no longer in business, or your favorite strawberry cream is no longer being sold, there's other strawberry creams. There's plenty of things that you can get. These products are still available. And apparently, according to Nick, you can still buy stuff online and it will still get shipped to you because the vape mail ban is not complete. A lot of people are gone and we mourn their loss. We miss them already. Lots of companies have fallen by the wayside last year, this year, and in the last month. But as long as there's still people willing to help, willing to get a smoker something to start vaping with, we are going to be victorious. As long as Kevin and I are still here doing this show, having some fun, having some laughs, and bringing you information, we're still winning. And we're not going anywhere. We're absolutely not going anywhere. If I have to sell my body on the street to pay the bills, we will do that. We might be looking for some lower quality streaming, but we're still going to do what we need to do to be here for you guys. We might do a beginning mixing segment or something in the future. I have a second camera set up, a second computer over there by the mixing station. We might just start doing that to show people how easy it is. Picking the right flavors that go together may not be the easiest part of it, but simple things we can teach you what to do. If all else fails, we will teach people how to not smoke. And if that means that they have to buy a scale and a beaker and some liquid, some PGVG nicotine and some flavors, they may have to do that. but we're still going to be here fighting for people and trying to save as many smokers as we can, because at the end of the day, this is not about Kevin and I. This is not about Tom. Tom's got liters of liquid in his freezer. The goal is to save all of those people that are still smoking. Save this industry in some way, shape, or form, so that one day they might say, you know what, this is killing me. I have to stop this. Hand me a vape. That's what we're here for. So y'all be good. I love everybody that was here. Thank you for coming, Tom. Thank you for coming, Nick. We'll be back in 7 days to do all this stuff all over again. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I mean, I know everybody that's listening to this show right now, that's watching this show now, we all know what we're doing. But if you got a friend that's a smoker, bring them. Show, give them the link and say, hey, watch these guys. These guys are crazy old dudes that want to go and talk about vaping, that want to have some fun. They tell some funny stories sometimes. They pick on Ed West.
That's right.
We're going to do, you should come and watch it. It's entertaining. And then we'll do what we can to help these people. I know people.
It's like watching shuffleboard, only funnier.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I like the tabletop shuffleboard, so I don't have to bend down. So, the tabletop is much easier.
You're old.
But anyway, y'all be good. We'll be back in 7 days, Kevin. Try not to get any trouble on Twitter. Don't get blocked like our friend Paul. He got blocked on Facebook or something. So stay out of trouble, and we'll see you. Y'all
Thank
be
you,
good.
Tom. Thank you for coming on.
No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. It's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to smoke.
Engorged, anus.